I will now call the regular meeting of March 4th, 2024 to order at 6 p.m. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Declare pecuniary interest on Special Staff Report CP 2024-62. Application for zone change ZN 6-22-03 Culloden Road. The nature of which being that any decision on this zoning change could possibly impact my downtown property.
Thank you. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. I am declaring conflict of interest with number 12 on our agenda in regards to the Seniors Board. Unfortunately, I had to resign, and so I just feel that I should be declaring a conflict of interest. So, thank you.
I will also be declaring a conflict of interest on item Special Staff Report number 3, ZN 6-22-3, as well the corresponding bylaw for that 24-5300, as I own a central commercial building that could be affected by the outcome of this decision. And I remind those all with conflicts to make sure that our clerk receives a copy of the declaration form so it can be in the declaration registry. Any further declarations? Seeing none, there's some of us left. That's good. I will now call on Councillor Hughes for the minutes of March, the consent agenda, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hellerue, that the items contained in the March 4th, 2024 consent agenda be adopted as presented.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Hellerue, the minutes from February 12th, please.
Thank you, through your mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hellerue, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the minutes from the February 12th, 2024 regular meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And next we will move to delegations and presentations for 6 p.m. I'll call upon Sean Michael Stephan of Watson Associates Economists Limited to give a presentation on development charge background study. Welcome this evening. We'll just make sure that you just want to make sure the microphone is on so we're capture the comments. And I would assume that council has read your report and presentation, and if you could have a high-level overview of that in the name of time. Welcome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Can you hear me okay in the microphone? Okay. All right. So I'm here to give you an update on the town's development charge background study process that we've been proceeding through with the town as well as the county and 6 of the other area municipalities through a joint development charge background process consistent with the process that was undertaken when the town last did a comprehensive update to their background study in 2019. And so the process, we need to go through that to pass a new bylaw prior to the expiry of the current bylaw in July of this year to allow the town to continue to collect development charges to recover the costs of capital costs of new development. And so we'll go over those draft calculations and the municipal comparisons today, as well as reviewing the draft development charge bylaw policies, including the proposed exemptions to the payment of development charges, then also look at the estimated financial impacts associated with the statutory and non-statutory development charge bylaw policies. So just briefly, first of all, in terms of the methodology we have to proceed through in calculating the charges, highlight a couple key components here. Firstly, the entire exercise begins with identifying the amount, type, and location of residential and non-residential growth that's anticipated in the municipality, as these are charges to recover the growth-related capital costs. We then are able to look at the eligible services that the Development Charges Act allows development charges to be imposed for, recognizing that the the increase in need for service can't be greater than what the level of service was that was in place historically, so we can't increase service levels and have new development pay for those. They only can pay for the average level of service that was in place historically. And then once having identified those capital costs to provide that increase in need for service, there's various deductions that we have to witness, such as the benefit to existing development that is associated with the capital projects, before arriving at the net development charge recoverable cost, then apportioned over that same increment of development that began this exercise to arrive at a cost per residential dwelling unit or per square foot or square meter of non-residential gross floor area development. So the growth forecast that has been prepared has looked at growth over the 10-year period from mid-2024 to mid-2033. It is based on the county's comprehensive review to 2046, with adjustments made to assess what is the anticipated development over that 10-year period, recognizing active developments in the approvals process. And so over the next 10 years, it's anticipated the population increased by about 2,760 persons. They'll be accommodated in just under 1,200 new residential dwelling units. And on the non-residential side, about a little under 1,600 new jobs created. That would produce just under 200,000 square meters of gross floor area development. So the three service areas that have been looked at for recovery under your bylaw within the eligible services within the Act are services related to a highway, which are roads and related infrastructure and associated public works vehicles and equipment, fire protection services, and parks and recreation. And you'll see in the technical appendix attached to the presentation the detailed historical level of service calculations and capital needs for the future development that have been identified. Just to give you a high-level overview of those needs, the total gross capital costs across the three service areas total just under $72 million. We can see on the left-hand portion of the illustration the deductions that have been made before arriving at the cost to be included in the calculation of the charge. And so you'll see on the left-hand side, the largest deduction, about 45% of the costs, have been deducted what we call a post-period benefit deduction. These are costs that are related to new development, but not within the 10-year period. So costs that would benefit growth beyond the 10-year period for infrastructure that is sized for growth beyond that time period. And that would include projects such as the new multi-use recreation facility, as well as infrastructure needs in southwest Ingersoll that are sized for growth beyond the 10-year period, as well as fire protection needs that would be beyond that historical 10-year level of service and would be providing a benefit to growth beyond the 2033 period. You'll also notice another significant deduction, about 28% of the costs in the yellow section of the pie chart have been deducted as a benefit to existing development. And then there's also deductions for other grants and subsidies that would be received, as well as for the existing reserve funds that have already been collected, about $1 million. And so then in the top right-hand portion of the chart, we can see that the costs that are included in the calculation of the charge are about 24% of the total gross capital costs, with the majority of those being for residential recoverable costs, about $14 million. And so a total of about $17.2 million, about 24% of the total gross capital costs being included in the calculation of the charge. When we look at how that breaks down by the three service areas that are included, we can see that the majority of those costs are about 57%, or a little under $10 million for parks and recreation, about $2.1 million for fire protection, and about 31%, or $5.4 million for services related to a highway. Just to give you a brief overview of some of the major projects that are included in those development charge recoverable costs. Within fire protection, looking at a new infrastructure or capital costs required for the expansion into southwest Ingersoll. And so looking at a new facility as well as an additional pumper, which would total about $1.9 million in development charge recoverable costs. for the services related to a highway or the roads and related infrastructure, there'd be about $5.4 million in total costs related to various road upgrades and rail crossings that have been identified within the Southwest Ingersoll Secondary Plan, as well as various facility expansions that are required as well. Now, within Parks and Recreation, the largest share of the cost from both a gross capital cost and development charge recoverable cost standpoint are obviously the multi-purpose recreation center, which would have about $8.5 million included in the calculation of the charge. And then there's also about a little under $2 million included for future parkland development costs as new parkland is acquired, as well as for vehicles and equipment. So then, based on those inputs, the development charges that have been calculated are shown here by service area, as well as by dwelling unit type and by non-residential development type, consistent with the structure of the charges in the town's current development charge bylaw. So includes those charges for the 3 service areas. The one service you'll notice is not included here that is in your current bylaw is administrative studies, which have been removed from the development charge eligibility. So those costs can no longer be recovered from new development. And so the total charge is shown on the second last line of the table. And we can see for a single and semi-attached dwelling unit, that charge would be about $14,600, decreasing to as low as $5,551 for 1-bedroom and apartment dwelling units. And per square meter of gross floor area, the calculated charge is just under $16 per square meter, noting that currently those charges for non-residential development are fully exempt. And the bottom line of the table is shown what that charge would be in the first year of the bylaw, because under the Development Charges Act now, when a new bylaw is passed, it has to be phased in over the first 5 years of the bylaw, with only 80% of the charge being applicable in the first year, and that increases by 5% each year until 100% of the charge can be imposed in year 5 of the bylaw. So in the first year of the bylaw for a single and semi-attached dwelling unit, as an example, the charge would not be $14,574, but $11,659 per dwelling unit. So then to look at how that charge compares to your current charges, that's shown for the total calculated charge as well as for the charge in the first year of the bylaw. So as we can see, while the charge, the total calculated charge would almost triple in comparison to your current charge, in year 1 of the bylaw, that charge would go up by about $6,770 per single and semi-attached dwelling unit. And we can see when we look at the impact by service area above that the majority of that increase is related to parks and recreation services, where having the inclusion of the multi-purpose recreation facility is adding about $9,300 to the calculated charge. When we look at non-residential development, you'll see in the fully calculated charge only goes up by 3%, while in year 1 the charge actually decreases. And the reason for that disparity in comparison to residential development is because the majority of this increase is related to parks and recreation services, which are primarily a residential benefit, and so they don't have the same impact on the non-residential charge. So we also wanted to highlight was how this charge compares, the current and calculated charges compare to the neighboring municipalities. And so what you'll see in this chart is the gray arrow represents the current position of the town towards the bottom end of the comparison, and the 2 blue arrows highlight where the town would be at their fully calculated charge, and then in the mid-range of the comparison where the town would rank with the 80% of the charge imposed. What's then also shown for the other Oxford County municipalities is where their fully calculated charge would be in the stacked bars, and then with the green and red dots is indicating where they are currently with the green dot, and the red dot where they would be in year 1. So a couple other things I should note in terms of the information in this comparison is that the dark blue section is the lower tier of municipal charges. The yellow section of the bar is the upper tier charges. So in your case, the county's development charges, including their water and wastewater development charges. And then where applicable, there are education development charges included as well. And the county charges that are included here are their calculated charges, not their current charges. So this is showing where the position of the town would move with not only your calculated charges, but as well as the counties. And so moving from that position towards the lower end, toward the mid-range of the comparator municipalities, above that of Zoroath and Thamesford, but below that of the Blandford-Blenheim service areas, as well as Tavistock within East Zora, when looking at the other municipalities within Oxford County. And then moving on to non-residential development, so showing the current position for commercial of the town, we can see towards the bottom end of the comparison, only the county's charges would be applicable, as the county does impose commercial development charges, but the town does not. With the imposition of the town of the fully calculated charges, we can see that position would move up slightly towards the lower mid-range of that comparison, but still being relatively competitively positioned below the majority of the neighboring geographic municipalities. And then lastly, for industrial development, we can see that the current position of the town, as well as the other county municipalities, with the exception of Woodstock and Blandford-Blenheim, would have no development charges currently, as industrial development is fully exempt in the majority of those municipalities. But if industrial development charges were imposed, again, that would see in the first year of the bylaw, the town move to that lower mid-range portion of the comparison. So then moving on to the development charge bylaw policies, just to highlight some of the important ones here, the charges will continue to be calculated and collected at the time of building permit issuance. Council always has the ability to enter into an agreement with a developer to allow for the charge to be paid before or after they otherwise would be payable. And then through the Act, which was addressed in your 2021 development charge bylaw amendment, for developments proceeding through site plan and zoning bylaw amendments, those charges are calculated on the day those applications are made, allowing for the charges to be determined earlier in the development approvals process, and they're held at that rate until building permit issuance. And then there's mandatory installment payments for institutional and rental housing developments as well. And the Act does allow interest to be paid, imposed on both of those installment and development charge freeze policies. In terms of exemptions to the payment of development charges, the Act does have some mandatory exemptions that are defined in the Act, but it also allows municipalities to set out rules in the bylaw to determine the other cases in which development charges would be payable. And the Act is specific that where you do have exemptions to the payment of development charges, that is a loss of revenue that cannot be made up for through higher charges on other forms of development. And so it is a tax funding implication to the town of having statutory or non-statutory development charge exemptions. Just to run through those quickly in terms of the statutory exemptions, first of all, you don't impose development charges on yourselves, the county or school boards, developments intended for use by a university. If you did have industrial development charges, any industrial building expansions up to 50% of the existing gross floor area would be exempt. And then there are exemptions for additional apartment units that are created in new or existing residential dwellings. These existed previously, and they've been revised slightly through Bill 23, where you can have up to 2 apartment units in a single detached, semi-detached, or row house, whether that's within or ancillary, and those would be exempt from development charges. Nonprofit housing is exempt, inclusionary zoning, affordable housing units are exempt, and then the Act has additional exemptions for affordable and attainable units that are they are in the Act. They're not yet in effect until proclaimed by the Lieutenant Governor, and the province needs to release a bulletin that will provide further clarity on the criteria, the geographic calculation of the affordable criteria, as well as by dwelling unit, for example. So the province has indicated they're intending to move forward with those exemptions, but they continue to not yet be in effect. There are also exemptions for, or sorry, discounts for rental housing development. So based on the number of bedroom units, number of bedrooms in the rental housing unit, there are reductions to the charges payable. And then, as I mentioned at the outset, whenever a new bylaw is passed now, in year one of the bylaw, only 80% of the charge can be imposed, increasing up to 100% in the 5th year. So in terms of the non-statutory exemptions, these are highlighted here and also shown with the current practices in the other participating county municipalities. And so we can see that the town fully exempts non-residential development, that practice being consistent with Norwich and Tillsonburg. However, when we look at the other municipalities, including Zora, Southwest Oxford, East Zora, and the county, they do impose commercial development charges, but only exempt industrial, with Blandford Blenheim actually moving to imposing industrial development charges, which Woodstock does as well. Woodstock has moved in their last bylaw, who are not part of this process, to imposing non-residential development charges in all development except for institutional development. Then across the county, we have non-residential farm building exemptions, places of worship and public hospital exemptions. We have exemptions in Ingersoll and Tillsonburg within the central business district and entrepreneurial areas, and then further exemptions for temporary buildings, long-term care homes, affordable housing, where those units are entering into an agreement with the county to provide those units, as well as temporary dwelling units, all those exemptions being consistent across the county. So in terms of then the considerations for this study in terms of the exemption policies, so something that's being proposed or considered here is the removal of the non-statutory development charge exemptions across the county. And so when we look at the anticipated non-residential revenue that would be expected with the anticipated development capital needs, net of the revenue loss associated with the phase-in, there'd be about $2.6 million in industrial DC revenue over that 10-year period and about $400,000 in commercial revenue. Looking at that practice in comparison to the practice in the broader southwestern Ontario area, the majority of municipalities do in fact impose development charges on all non-residential development. Some notable municipalities that do not would include St. Thomas and Central Elgin in terms of their full non-residential, or sorry, their industrial development charge exemptions. Another thing that's being looked at is considering imposing development charges on farm bunkhouses for seasonal workers as well. So then lastly, just to look at, last couple items, the financial impacts of development charge exemptions and reductions. We've looked at that again to give council that for further insights in terms of with these exemption policies, those that are within your discretion or those that you're required to witness under the Act, what are those costs to the town over the 10-year period? And we've included an initial assessment of what those impacts would be even for the affordable housing exemptions, which are not yet in effect. And so looking at anticipated residential development over the 10-year period of about 1,200 dwelling units, what we can see on the left-hand side is about 62% of those are anticipated to have development charges fully applicable to those, while we would have about 18% of those units being affordable housing, whether that's market purchase units or rental units. So those if those exemptions do come into place, about 18% of those units being exempt. Long-term care units represent about 4% and being exempt, as well as secondary units, about 2% of the forecast units and being fully exempt. And then in terms of market-based rental housing, so not affordable but still meeting that rental housing definition, they would be subject to those reductions based on the number of bedrooms in the dwelling unit, and about 14% of the future units would meet that criteria. And then in terms of the non-residential gross floor area forecast, the majority of that 200,000 square meters over the 10-year period is anticipated to be of the industrial type. So then with those, the anticipated financial impact to the town of those exemptions, it's anticipated if those affordable exemptions were fully imposed or fully enacted, it'd be about $8 million in foregone revenue over that 10-year period. It's about $800,000 per year. The statutory exemptions would represent about 4.8 million of that, so revenue that you would not be collecting regardless of any of your development charge bylaw policy decisions. You do have to witness those exemptions. But on the top two lines of the table, we can see again that the non-residential exemptions based on the anticipated pace of development would be about $3 million. That would be increased further if non-residential development proceeded at a pace faster than was currently anticipated in the background study. So last couple items, redevelopment credits are proposed to continue in your development charge bylaw as they currently are. No changes are proposed to those policies where if redevelopment occurs within 5 years of a demolition, the credits would be applicable. And so if you have a single family home that's demolished and replaced with a single family home, they would get a credit for the development charges related to the type of use that was demolished, and so they would offset each other. If you redevelop the property with a larger use, then they get a credit for the prior use and they pay the difference. And the same thing applies for conversions or a change of use from one use to another where there is no demolition. And then lastly, in terms of bylaw administration, so what is proposed is that there would be a separate bylaw for each service to provide for some flexibility in any future amendments to the charges. The charge would be phased in on the anniversary date of the bylaw coming into force in accordance with the Act. And what is proposed is that the town's bylaw as well as the other participating municipalities' bylaws would all come into force on June 13th, providing for some ease of administration in terms of having the county's bylaws and the area municipal bylaws having their phase-in date and their indexing date on the same date, which would be June 13th for the indexing as well, where you currently index your bylaw on April 1st each year. And so timing in terms of next steps, so moving from this meeting, we'll be presenting draft findings to a group of industry stakeholders for the town as well as the other participating municipalities on March 18th. The study for the town would then be released by April 10th, meeting the requirement to have the study available 60 days prior to bylaw passage. There would be a public meeting held during that 60-day period here on May 13th, statutorily required under the Act. And then the bylaw would come back to council for passage on June 10th, with the effective date being June 13th, as I indicated earlier. So that does conclude my presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to assist.
Thank you very much. Other questions of the presentation? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And I will call on Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, that the presentation from Sean Michael Stephen of Watson Associates on the development charge background study be received as information, and that a public meeting to receive comments on the proposed development charges be scheduled for May 13th, 2024, regular meeting of council.
Thank you very much. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will now move on to special staff reports. Number one is the MURC Public Consultation, CS 008-24, and I will ask Mr. Graves to introduce that, please.
Sure. Staff have written this report in an attempt to make sure that we're capturing what the public consultation could look like. Kyle's written this report, so I think I'm going to turn it over to him to elaborate.
Good evening, Council. So the report you have in front of you is a proposed public consultation process that the town could take on as part of the development of the MURC. What's important to note in the timeline that's in the report is that the design development phase, which is built into the process, is essentially the public consultation phase. What Nicholson Sheffield is saying is the 77 days that have been allocated towards that may be longer based off what we're asking them to find out, but this is a close estimation of how long it will take to do design development, how long it will take to prepare the construction documents, how long it will take to tender, and then an estimation on how long it would take to do construction. Also important for council to remember that we're talking about a potential construction start date of 2026. So there's 232 days of between design development, construction drawings, and tendering is 232 days. So 232 days from April 1st, taking an estimation of when we would start construction, would take us to August 12th of next year is when we would drop dead have to have started this process. Other than that, the report kind of outlines what Nicholson Sheffield was planning on doing as part of the design development phase, as well as some public consultation in addition to that. Other than that, everything else is in the report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of the report? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Kyle, thanks for the report. It's very good. Looks well laid out in timelines and approximate days on the different stages in which we're going to be going through. So when it comes to the design development, 77 days, host several meetings with key stakeholders, community representatives to refine the schematic drawing and ensure that the building will meet the needs of the community and user groups. So that's basically them going to be doing that, or is that us that will be looking at, that will have those community, if you want to say, meetings or consultation process?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hughes, it's essentially a collaboration between the both of us. So Nicholson Sheffield and staff will work together to accomplish getting the key feedback from all of the user groups. Nicholson Sheffield identifies in the report that part of their process would be going back out to the same user groups they went to as part of phase 1 of their study back in 2019, to go back to those same groups again and get their feedback, since we're now far removed from 2019, and get their feedback. As part of that process would also be to redo the calculation of our prime time ice usage currently and our expected prime time ice usage of a second pad. So that would all be encompassed as part of their design development.
Follow up.
Councillor Hughes, follow up, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So arguably this isn't going to be a redesign of the building. This will be reaching out, looking at, talking to, getting all the pertinent information that the community wants to add. It's, again, not a redesign, but it will potentially have some redesigning to it, but more so to jig it a little bit to the point where it's going to be, I'll say, useful for all the different stakeholders, all the different groups that will be using it. It's not going to add any extra days onto the original discussion that we had back 2 months ago in regards to start dates, any of that type of thing. Is that a fair statement?
Through you to Councillor, or through the Mayor to Councillor Hughes, yes, there's no added timeline. This is kind of already incorporated as part of their Nicholson Sheffield's original proposal. There was 77 days set aside to do this public consultation piece. They've suggested that the 77 days might be based off what the feedback we need to receive, because we're talking about from 2019. It might be a little bit longer than 77 days, but nothing that will significantly change the timelines. And if we're talking about starting construction in 2026, we have some leeway in that timeline of not really having to start until August of next year. So there is time built in to be able to accommodate that.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. Through you to staff. Have staff received any indication from these user groups that they do need further consultation on what has been presented?
Through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Wilson. We haven't heard anything back since we've made these presentations from any of the user groups. I haven't heard back from any of the user groups anyways. So we're kind of proceeding as we normally would be, but I've not received feedback from any of the user groups either way at this stage of the process.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. Again, through you. So a follow-up question. There are other aspects of the design that council have discussed would need to be looked at. The first one that comes to mind is energy sourcing and green infrastructure. The other that comes to mind is co-build. Are those two aspects built into the 77-day timeline?
Through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Wilson. I would say yes, that is built in, but it depends when some of those shoes will fall. So if a co-build happens, then that could significantly change this process. So if we were to start public consultation and then co-build was to come on the table, that obviously could potentially significantly alter what the facility would look like, and then may require another round of additional consultation. So you can get consultation back on the co-build facility so that we don't end up with public consultation on a building that we potentially wouldn't be building. So it's built in, but those factors can also change what the facility would look like. So it's in some ways both.
Mr. Grace, please.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, we are already having discussions with the school board for a potential co-build. We, of course, floated the idea because of the amount of land that we have makes it a possibility, and they have shown significant interest right off the bat, and including a rather wide range of options to form together to share in economies of scale on the building. So that's a very big positive. We think that's what the community would want us to do, is to try to share in resources regardless of whether we're a municipal government or provincial government or whoever it is. So we're doing that. I think a lot of that homework will be done ahead of time before we begin this process, so we'll know more about it so that when we reach out to those groups, we'll have some idea of what that looks like. We know the timing on the school board. They want to be ready rather quickly by next year to have some idea of what the design looks like. So if we know that ahead of time, that means the 77 days probably stays mostly intact because we already have that done. We don't have to sort of redo anything. We can say, here's what that looks like.
Councillor Halleru, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I was a little bit disappointed not to see the option that we also discussed last time, where we considered pretty much a phase 1 and a phase 2 going ahead with the MURC, because if you're looking to go back to user groups that are already the same user groups that have given us information, I didn't see that as a next step forward. We're looking at a situation where we already have what the core need of recreational needs. We're talking about the new needs from maybe new customers and new residents. And I actually was very supportive of that whole phase 1, phase 2 idea from the last meeting, and I'm wondering why we need to go back to public consultations on the existing MURC when we're talking about it in an expansion of a phase 2, for example. So I'm just kind of confused because there's extra timeline in here that probably wasn't, and the motion we passed last time, I remember just before Michael finished, I said, would it keep the same timeline? So I just want to make sure that it's clear that if this is going to be an almost if and if, we just need to be bold about getting started on something, but also having in mind that we need to include others so that we consider a phase 2 for public consultation, not go back to the drawing board. I definitely was for a redesign, which I asked for. How much would it cost? I wouldn't mind it looking like a cost implication, but without a timeline extension, and that's my position. So I kind of felt I didn't see any response to my phase 1, phase 2 option. It was just a one go at public consultation, which definitely has, I can tell, offended some people because you're talking about going to the same groups to ask them the same questions. And that's not what I was asking in the last meeting. So I hope that makes it very clear that this has to be rethought so we don't miss the mark on getting shovels in the ground.
Mr. Graves?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor. Yeah, I think when we reach out to the groups, and what we want to be clear about is phase one is really about this initial building being the first ice rink, the one ice pad, the gymnasium, and the walking track. It may involve some additional uses like the school co-build that could tie into the facility. But it would, any groups that we reach out to at this point to say, what do you have input on? If they had something like the school co-build where they have money and a plan already designed and ready to dovetail into this building, then I think that's something we'd entertain. But I think for the most part, what we're going to hear from a lot of the community groups is that they aren't quite there yet for this design. So we don't want to hold up this phase one, but I want to make clear this is phase one. Phase two would be potential field expansions and potentially a second ice pad that could come about from that. When we reach out for these consultants, I think we'll offer that to these consultations. I think we'll offer that to the groups to say, you know, phase one is this. If you have something that you would like to input to this that would be a connection that would be beneficial, please speak now. If you're not quite there yet, be aware that we're going to be coming back to you as we progress on phase two. Start thinking about what your needs are going to be in the, you know, sort of longer term. So phase one, at this point, we're looking at starting construction in 2026. For most of those groups to be able to dovetail in, they need to have something now and know exactly what they need for us to proceed. But probably most of them are not there yet. They're probably looking at more of the 2 to 5 year program, and that's when those consultations will take place. We'll open the door for that, but the phase two consultations, I think, will be a secondary follow-up that will come in a couple of years as we progress through this process. That'd be my recommendation on how to phase it.
So just to make it clear, we start on phase one, we go for consultations for the extra, because we have extra land, and that was the whole idea, we got more land now. So we go into phase two consultations for an additional public, and I don't know, the public consultation is what I was having in mind, not going back to the user groups, because user groups have already told us what they need, and we're building what they need in the phase one. But I just want to make sure that it's clear that we are actually expanding into a phase two, and that even if we don't have what we want to build right now, there will be a consultation for that to include others and other sports and other activities. But we go ahead with a phase one in the sense that we can get staff going on the green and other saving mechanisms that go into the building, correct?
I think that sounds correct, the way we've represented it.
Further questions? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, back to staff. I just want to get really clear on the timeline, and I think this is probably where we're all struggling. Kyle mentioned our drop dead date is August 12th, that the consultation process, whatever that looks like, must begin. But Michael is saying the school board is expecting us to have something on paper by next year. That doesn't line up. And so I'm just trying to understand how we get there.
So I'll attempt to answer that. Yeah, I think because we know the school board wants to dovetail with our building, I think we need some of that information before we go out to other consultations, to the other groups, so that we can tell them now the facility is going to involve actually a school co-build as well. So I think it would come first. If there was another group that, again, had some kind of a dovetail use that could connect now and they had funding and you know, the design ready, then they could consider that, and that could change before we go to those consultations. So I think that does occur first before we go out to the broader group.
Councillor Halleran, please.
Doesn't that risk delaying us, though, for the first project? Because I'm looking at a situation where if we're building our phase one, that is proof that we're already going to build. That helps us get grants for further builds, say, for example, a phase two. That allows us to work on more partners to come in and join us for a phase two. I'm just wondering if now that we have this on board, we've passed the budget for this, right? And we are ready to go, except we had a new location, which brought this all on. But I'm just wondering if the school co-bid will be easier to be part of a phase two.
So just to be clear, we've passed the multi-year budget that will have to be updated. We have not allocated, because we do not know exactly what this will cost. So that'll be, every year is an update to the it's more of a forecast, sorry, couldn't think of the word. Forecast, looking forward to what staff believe will be included in that. I think there's multiple conversations that need to have happen in this, and that there is opportunities that are, there's consultations with the school board that could be very real and could change the project. So I think those conversations need to happen. There's conversations around the county for childcare spaces that are very relevant and that have a high chance of being incorporated. We saw Zora have 88 spaces included in their new town hall facility, and the county just provided $500,000 for funding. That's a significant amount of investment, and they have the spaces ready. So those could change phase one, and I don't think that should be ignored, because those are fundamental, those could be net positives for both affordability of the complex, access to grants. But again, that 77 days, and I'll ask this question to staff, that 77 days can happen earlier or later in the project. It is not directly tied to 100 days. 77 days does not have to happen 77 days before 110 days. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's 100% correct. So if, let's say we were to start today, 232 days from now, we would be ready for construction. So we would have design development completed, construction documents would be prepared, and it would have been potentially tendered. But at that point, if we were to do public consultation now, we can't build until 2026. So you could do the public consultation 77 days in design development, but then you would sit on that until you went to build. So there's still some balls in the air in regards to co-build potential childcare spaces. The longer we wait to start that process, we can figure out those other pieces first. We still have to do the geotechnical GIS data on the land itself, the Growbrook farmlands, to determine if it's suitable to build. So there's still some things we have to do in the background before we would start this process. This is more just, once we start, this is what the process would look like.
So council in the last meeting, they did pass a resolution. The resolution was that staff get ready to get those background studies going to make sure that the lands are appropriate to build on, which is important. And that staff conduct an immediate follow-up community and user group consultation review to access the needs and requirements of such a facility as it would look today, and really any future needs, timelines, and phases. And further, that staff pursue any and all possible partnerships, funding opportunities in regard to the MURC. So that's where those conversations around co-builds and childcare and other interested parties would take place. So staff is coming back today and asking further clarification on what that consultation looks like. There's different models that can be done. I think when we look at, we just had a presentation on our development charges. That needs to be updated every once in a while. The county right now is going through updating their growth projections, because those things data sets change over time. I think it's important that we do go back to our user groups, not only now, but on a regular basis. This was started in 2016, and we see we get the data from them and make sure that we see where those trends are going, so that we can plan, not only phase one, but phase two or phase three, to see what those needs are and what the trends are happening. There's been some changes, obviously, with COVID. There's changes within organizations. There's changes all around the county for regionally wise of users. So I think it's important, and I agree. I would say that there's some user groups there that weren't there when we did this initial consultation. And so there should be, see if we can get some data from them as well, to make sure that at the end of the day, we can say, well, this is the facility that should be built, and it does meet the needs as it currently is. But again, I think the final consultation with the public needs to happen after we have something fully vetted and see the partnerships that come to the table, that data, and then they can say and comment on that at that time. But yeah, Councillor Halleru, please.
Now, this brings me to the question of when staff say they want to do a public consultation, and in the last, again, discussion, I don't know, when are we using this software that we talked about, that we bought last year, that some people were upset about, even in the community? Like, we have a software that can help us with public opinion, with results from the public, and then that's why I was saying, people have already told us as user groups what they want. We can't turn a blind ear to that, but we need consultation for more options. Why can't we use the software and just get results and narrow down general need and align those results with the school board and future partners for phase 2? I really just feel like phase 2 could even be bigger than phase 1, but phase 1 is needed right now. And I feel like we have the power to say, go ahead now and start something, than to keep waiting on decisions that are not firm yet, is what and even if we have to have a public consultation, why can't it happen with our new software and our new way of doing things, than having to spend time with all these traditional ways to consult the public that do waste time?
Mr. Graves?
If I could, through you, I think that software, the flash vote software, could be one of the components that we could use for public consultation, but in some of these cases, we're looking at specific user groups and their specific data of how much they would use a facility, how much they would, so that would be, it would be a combined effort. You'd want to get that information as well as the information from just the broader public. And that really, especially when we get into phase 2, we'll be reaching out to try to find out what kinds of, we know there are we've got a lot more area. We know there's going to be sports fields that'll be connected with this. That's a part of that phase 2. We will be asking what are the kinds of uses and trying to get some feedback. But, if it's going to be soccer fields, baseball fields, cricket fields, those kinds of things, we're going to be analyzing both existing groups, like baseball groups, how much do they utilize now, how much demand is there, are they see their numbers increasing, but also out to broader public groups. If there was a cricket field, would they use it? What would be the demand for that? We've seen in the last few years, pickleball has increased significantly, those kinds of things. So it would be a combined effort. But again, that's the phase 2 consultation. I would like to focus more on phase 1 at this point because we need to make sure that we hit the timelines of it appropriately. We can plant the seeds for the phase 2 consultation, but the broader phase 2 consultation will happen more in the future.
Councilor Hughes, please.
I was going to say, I think, Councillor. Okay. I'm going to kind of back this up a little bit and get back to the timelines. So financially, we can't start this project until 2026, right? That's the financial, that was in our pre-approved multi-year budget. Backing up, so you had said 232 days of that, so arguably we're October of 2025, correct? Sorry, let me back up. If we have shovels in the ground on August 2026, we back up approximately 8, 9, 10 months. That's going to take us to October of 2025. Doing the math.
Maybe if I could just weigh in on that one. I think what staff are aiming for right now is around April 2026.
Okay.
Knowing that we could run into a couple obstacles that may delay us a couple months, but we're shooting for April. So the calculation that Kyle's done previously puts us about August of 2025 for the 230. So.
Gotcha. And that includes the 77 days of, okay. So if we get this, so we have arguably a year and a half to nail down all these other user groups, or sorry, co-builds, other stakeholders that could potentially lessen the costs of our commitment here in Ingersoll and the burden of the tax on the residents. That's about right then, so it'd be August 2025 that is the drop dead.
Yeah, I guess the hard part of the timing of bringing this report forward, this is something that council asked for, so kind of outlining how we can go about it, but not saying it's something we need to start right now, because there are the co-build opportunity and other opportunities that are out there that we need to figure out first before we get public consultation on a facility I would hate to go out, get public consultation now when we don't need to, and that the facility end up being very different and then having to go and get public consultation again.
Mr. Graves, to follow up?
Yeah, and, we want to try to shoot, we don't want to quite pigeonhole ourselves that tight, but that's, we do have time built in there, and it's not just those times to figure out some of those things, it's also evaluation of the land to make sure that it's suitable for what we need, much like we did with the industrial park.
Kyle, please.
And then I also just remembered that I did not address Deputy Mayor Wilson's question about energy efficiency options for the MURC. So right now, staff are working with Simcoe Refrigeration, and they should be bringing forth a presentation or at least a report to next council meeting on some options that exist in the marketplace as of today to get council's feedback on avenues we may want to pursue or not to pursue, so that we don't end up spending a lot of time going down an avenue that maybe council's not in favor of. They have some amazing things that are happening out in the industry right now. There's Blatchford, Alberta, who's essentially connected their ice plant to all the area homes. So they're heating and cooling homes that are located central to the arena. So there's lots of options out there that they're going to outlay for staff and for council of potential options that we could pursue from a energy efficiency perspective, an environmental perspective. So that should be coming by next council meeting is the hope.
Councillor Van Koon-Bosens, please.
Thanks. What I was going to say, Councillor Hustek, I'm just going to say, thanks a lot. But I wanted to do that too. I wanted to walk it back. We needed to walk it back from the 2026 date. We have a year to get all of this done. So, we're not putting things off. We're not taking and saying to the ad hoc committee, we're not moving on what you put together for us. We're just doing due diligence by going back to the user groups very quickly. It doesn't take a whole lot to go back to those user groups and have a quick phone call with them and say, where are you at? Where are your numbers at from where we were in 2019? It gives time for the co-build with the school. I'm all for us looking at the daycare option as well. This community has been echoing to us that we need this. So we've got, and I'm not trying to pigeonhole staff by saying August. I'm saying we've got really from March to April of 2025, right? So conversations can happen from within your office. It doesn't even necessarily have to be you. It could be somebody within your office to say to these user groups, hey, where are you at? And I'm saying existing user groups. I'm not saying new user groups. I'm saying existing user groups that are out there that are needing the facility, and we're a part of that to begin with. I agree, public consultation needs to stay near the end because we don't know what's going to come from all of these other groups. The co-build and the childcare spaces, they're instrumental. I think that we really need to look at that. So I think that we're all on the same thing. I really do. Some people are taking consultation different way, but I think if we look at user group, existing user group consultation, the new user group, as our CAO said, phase 2, which is the field expansion and the second ice pad and all of that, and public consultation, once we have gotten all of our ducks in a row, we've got a year, guys. We can't start this until our funding is in place in 2026. We've got a year. We're not putting off anything. We're simply putting our ducks in a row. So I think that we really need to make sure that, I know Deputy Mayor has been working very hard on a great motion to come forward. And I think that a lot of it's being talked about. I think that there's other ideas that have come up tonight, and I think that they need to be incorporated. I think that we all can win. I think it can be done in a year, and then we can move forward with the timeline of August 2025 to April 2026 and be in the ground, starting that ground build. That's just my thoughts.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, please, and then Councillor Halloran.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Petrie. A couple of questions. The first one is the timeline doesn't account for the time we need to raise funds through the campaign coach or to have information ready to apply to other levels of government. That can't wait until 2025. So we do need to, in theory, back it up to the time that we need this ready to apply for funding. So I guess I'm just questioning, considering allowing for time to apply for other levels of government funding or to raise that money with campaign coach, where does that fall within the timeline? And what needs to be ready in order to start that process?
Kyle, please.
Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Wilson, I can say with the community campaign coaches that once the design development is done and you're in the process of making the construction documents and you're tendering, that is specifically when campaign coaches have said that they would start their campaign. Because at that point, you're fully committed, you're creating the construction documents, you're preparing the tender, you're well on your way to the building of the facility, and that would be the point at which they would recommend starting the fundraising campaign. So that can happen within this process. In regards to potential grant opportunities, right now, none exist. That doesn't say that there isn't going to be one that comes across the board, but right now there's nothing that's close to the surface in that regard. And even if one did come up, we could still apply based off the place that we're at when we get to that point. We wouldn't have to push this process along further to be able to get the grant. That whatever stage we are at that time would be what we put forth for the application at that time. So we would be further along in an application process now than we were the last time we applied. So it would not make us ineligible, but we would still be in a good place. We would just, whenever that application would come out, we would apply wherever we are at.
Councillor Hallery, please.
I have a question, Kyle. Do we stand a better chance of getting funding when we already start a project, or that we're still waiting to get shovels in the ground and looking for money? Because we did try this last time and we didn't get funding. So wouldn't it help that we actually started a phase one so that we are starting on what we know that we already have designed, that we already know? We can update, like the last time we discussed, things that we could actually do to the existing design, like updating, green energy and other things. I'm just wondering if we're just afraid to go bold and start something instead of just start it, and we have the opportunity because we have land to expand it and grow from where we are right now.
Mr. Graves, please.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about funding, if we start building something with our own funds, I think your chances of getting funding from any senior level government are really low. They're going to fund all those other projects that are waiting for funding, is what I've seen in the past. So, but I agree with Kyle that we can, we're at a stage now where if we had to proceed, if funding came available, I think we could proceed with what we have now. If they announced tomorrow that funding would come out, I think my suggestion would be we might have to turn to the school board and a couple of things and say, yes, we can provide you with some property, but the actual connection co-build might be less because we need to pursue this funding. So that would be a thing that would, it might limit what they want to do, but it would mean that we go after funding in a certain way. I don't actually think that's possible. As most of council knows, I'm not a gambling man, so I'm not going to put my money down on that one. And I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon.
Also, there's important to note, we had an excellent application, as so did many others. I have data that's publicly available, that those decisions were politically motivated, that the funding went through a very political process. And so that, I'm assuming, would follow again. So that's something that we would have to think about, making sure that we have good representation to make sure that we are at the table to receive any funding that comes out. Again, there has been no release of any funding, and in conversations I've had, they are not planning on releasing any funding. for this at this time. So with that, I will ask that council reserve where they are at and press pause, and we are at 7:05, and we're going to ask for a short recess, and then we will return and we'll go into public meeting, if that's okay with council. Councillor Hughes is moving for a recess. Councillor Van Kootenbos seconds. All those in favor for a 5-minute recess? Thank you. Opposed? That is carried, and we'll reconvene at 7:10, please, for public meeting. call the meeting back to order, and I will ask for a resolution to go into public meeting. Oh, it's just a presentation. So I do have. Apparently that's me. So this public information session is being held to consider comments for the public on proposed amendments to the official plan. Comments received this evening are provided for consideration by the planner, consultant, and council, and will be reflected in the planner's report to be considered at the April 8th regular meeting, during which the public will be provided an additional opportunity to comment on the application. The formal public meeting under the Planning Act for this application, OP 24-3-6, is scheduled for Oxford County Council's April 24th meeting at 9:30 a.m. In advance of receiving comments from the public, I will request Justine Giancola of Dillon Consulting to present the secondary plan to redesignate the lands that were brought into the town of Ingersoll as part of the boundary adjustment effective January 2021. Welcome.
Thank you. And good evening, everyone. My name is Justine, and I'm a partner with Dillon Consulting, and have had the pleasure of working with the town and county on this Southwest Ingersoll secondary plan. With me today, Sean Michael Stevens has agreed to stick around for a little bit as Watson helped with the financial impact assessment, and Lindsay Noren is one of the planners on the file with us as well. And we've had an opportunity to go through a fair bit of work since being here in front of yourselves about a year ago, back in January 2023. So wanted to take some time today to provide a very brief overview of the context, but mostly focus on the draft, the final draft secondary plan and servicing analysis, as well as a brief overview of the physical impact today, and intending to receive any comments and feedback before coming forward for a recommendation to Council on April 8th. And so in terms of context, I'm going to just synthesize kind of a few kind of key highlights. As you know, the town of Ingersoll is really well positioned for growth and has been planning for growth for a number of years. Given the strong location and rich culture, quaint downtown, and many attributes, planning for significant employment growth for the long term is really important to this community. And so as part of the Oxford County Phase 1 comprehensive review that Hempson undertook in 2020, it was estimated that additional land would be needed to be brought into Southwest Ingersoll through boundary adjustment at that time. And that really is the focus of the study and project today. And on the screen, you'll see the area of focus for the project. And what I'll do is, as we go through different components, I'll refer to kind of the east, the south, or west side of Ingersoll, just to ease with some of the materials. You'll see there's a lot of figures with a lot of information on it, and that'll just help with describing some of the features that I wanted to highlight today. And in terms of where we've gone to get here, as mentioned, we were at Council about a year ago. That was at the end of Phase 3, after we had done a number of rounds of public community member and stakeholder engagement, presenting a draft, we called it a preliminary growth concept at the time. We've now gone ahead and refined that work and drafted the secondary plan, as well as a number of support studies that was part of that package. And that's what we've got both on the project website and in front of you today. And just in terms of why we're doing this study and what a secondary plan is, the Oxford County official plan provides overall mission and vision for growth and growth management in the town of Ingersoll. And secondary plans are a tool that are used by municipalities to provide that more detailed neighborhood level planning. And in this case, for Southwest Ingersoll, it's implemented through an official plan amendment, being the actual statutory tool that will implement the work we discussed today. And it is intended to both meet the 25-year land need for the town of Ingersoll, as well as provincial policy requirements associated with the settlement boundary expansion. And so as such, it considers everything from land uses, community design, transportation, municipal infrastructure, natural heritage, archaeology, cultural heritage, agricultural impact, and the physical impact. And that's why you'll have seen 10 or 11 independent attachments as part of the file. And as you know, the county's official plan currently has these lands identified primarily as agricultural and for future urban growth. And so the intent would be to update the official plan schedule as part of this exercise. As part of the last rounds of engagement, one of the key kind of components early on was establishing guiding principles that would help support the development of the secondary plan and servicing analysis. And those were a key component of that consultation and engagement strategy and are highlighted on this slide. And I won't go through them in detail today, but they are attached in the secondary plan. One of the other pieces I did want to highlight that was undertaken since the last presentation was the agricultural impact assessment. And that exercise is a requirement of the provincial policy statement that as part of a settlement area boundary expansion, you demonstrate that new or expanding settlement areas are in compliance with the minimum distance separation. And that is defined through OMAFRA, through guiding documents that they provide with direction on how to make those calculations. And so what you're looking at on this slide, this is an older version of the land use plan, what had gone to the public in, I believe it was around April of last year, with an outline of the livestock operations in proximity. And what you've got highlighted is both type A land uses, which are those less sensitive land uses identified in pink, in the pink circle on the slide, and then type B land uses being the more sensitive land uses required, identified in yellow, in the arcs in yellow. And so this work was undertaken based on significant staff input on existing livestock operations and has helped inform the analysis that you'll see today as it relates to the land use plan and associated maps. So the first schedule in the secondary plan is just an outline of the study area limits. And as mentioned, there are some refinements that have been undertaken based on the minimum distance separation analysis that will continue to be explored as part of the additional feedback that we're receiving to date. As it relates to the land use plan, there is a map 2 land use plan which highlights the designations across the study area. And this includes a number of different land use designations that I'll go into in a little more detail in a moment. Everything from low density residential being in blue, medium density residential in pink, service commercial in yellow, open space you'll see in kind of the lighter green, environmental protection in darker green, industrial being that darker brown color, and prime industrial south of Highway 401 in that lighter brown color, intended to align with the notations in your official plan. And so if I can just take you through those areas in a little more detail, the area east of Ingersoll is proposed to be largely residential. And what you'll see is low density residential adjacent to the existing neighborhood along Walker Road, and medium density residential identified south of Clark Road, as well as some lands just within the first area along Clark Road as well, and open space along Highway 401. If we look at the land south of the 401, these lands are primarily recommended to be designated prime industrial, with some service commercial both along Plank Line and Culloden. And then to the west of Ingersoll, south of the rail corridor, those lands have been identified as industrial, both the Cami plant and the lands along Wallace Line, intending to pick up the existing designation for those lands. North of the rail corridor, there's a proposal to designate these lands residential, with medium-density residential along Hamilton Road and low-density behind. And you'll see that the minimum distance separation arc based on the type B sensitive use has been identified on this figure as open space. I'll just briefly go through what we mean by the various different land use designations. So low-density residentials is a common designation that you have in your official plan. And for this subject area, it's intended to be quite similar to what you have. The few modifications that we have proposed is a slightly higher minimum density. So instead of 15 units per hectare that you have in your official plan, this one would look at a minimum of 22 units per hectare, recognizing that there is a desire to have a broader range of housing units moving forward, as well as an opportunity to better align with the need for more housing choice and more efficient use of land and infrastructure. In the proposed medium density designation, again, this is a designation that is currently in your official plan, and the primary difference is to permit additional residential units as of right, and not permit single detached or semi-detached dwellings or duplexes in this designation. As it relates to the prime industrial, this would be a new designation for your official plan. And so this designation is intended to attract modern industry, to enhance the range of employment opportunities, recognizing the strategic location of these lands. They're large parcels with proximity to major roadways and highways, and the intent is to permit a wide range of industrial uses, but to not permit truck and trailer parking areas as a primary use for the lands designated prime industrial. They would, however, be permitted as accessory. There also has been the introduction of a lot coverage, a minimum lot coverage of 10%, recognizing again that opportunity for more efficient use of land in the long term. And the industrial designation mirrors what you have currently in your official plan. As it relates to service commercial, it is also very similar to what you have in your current official plan. The only change is to clarify that uses that require large areas for on-site storage of goods and vehicles would not be permitted. The secondary plan also includes a public realm and active transportation plan. And this highlights a number of features and proposed parks, open spaces, gateways, and streetscape improvements, as well as bike lanes and multi-use trail connections to improve the overall connection of this area to the community. And I'll highlight a few specifics on the following slides. There are a number of proposed gateways, which are intended to provide a opportunity for identification of sense of place and identity, entrances to a certain area, and to help establish the build on the existing culture of the area. There's both major and minor gateways proposed in the plan, and these are intended to be scaled appropriately based on connection to adjacent buildings, visibility from the highway and major roadway connections, and opportunity for sightline corners. There is an opportunity to look at building awareness of community investment and readiness through these gateways as well, and thinking about the connection to the adjacent lands and development opportunities over the long term. As it relates to the streetscape improvements, again, we have major streetscape improvements and minor streetscape improvements included in the plan, and they're included both for lands that are intended to be used for industrial as well as residential areas. In general, these are intended to accommodate a broader range of uses, including motor vehicles, pedestrian and cyclists, and support the adjacent development in the years to come. And on the next figure, I'll just kind of highlight a few of the specific elements. So the first is a proposed active transportation connection. Again, I'll start with that east of Ingersoll area. And you'll see both bike lanes connection across Clark Road being proposed, as well as south connecting into the land south of Clark Road to the open space that is north of Highway 401. When you look south of Highway 401, you'll see that there's a new multi-use trail connection proposed just adjacent south of the 401 with a dashed pink line. And I know there's a lot of features on this map. And so this is intended to connect along the highway, across the Whitting Creek, along the, to connect the two gateway locations that have been identified on the plans. And then along the west side of Ingersoll, you'll notice a multi-use trail connection along the Thames River within the plan area, intending to connect to the existing trails network that exists up there. As it relates to the transportation network, a transportation assessment was undertaken by Dylan as part of this exercise. It's included in attachment 1, and it looked at the need for road improvements and intersection improvements in the long term based on the overall growth strategy and the plans, the Southwest Ingersoll Secondary Plan. And based on that analysis, it did establish that the current conditions in this area, all existing intersections are currently operating as what is considered acceptable service levels. When they identify growth and apply that growth, there's a number of intersection improvements that have been identified. They're in green kind of dots at a number of key intersections, and a number of additional road improvements that have been established. And I'll just take us through a couple of those in the following slides. So again, if I can start on the east side of Ingersoll, there's an opportunity for a new north-south residential collector road that would connect Clark Road to the open space area that is immediately north of Highway 401, and that's identified in the yellow hatched line. We've also identified that Union Road west and east of Culloden, as well as Curry Road, would need to be upgraded from a local road to a collector road, and that's been established on this plan as well and carried through in the costing. Then as it relates to the lands west of Ingersoll, there is an opportunity to look at Wallace Line and Thompson Road between Thomas and Ingersoll Street to be upgraded from a local to a collector road, and Clark Road between Plank Line and just south of Plank Line to be upgraded from a rural to an urban residential cross-section. We've also proposed a number of local connections, and these are intended to be conceptual for the purposes of a secondary plan. So you'll see that they're generally identified for the purposes of indicating potential access and frontages that would be required to facilitate development, but recognizing that the draft plan of subdivision process may locate these in quite a bit of a different geography in the end. They are intended to be conceptual. On the following slide, you'll see the water servicing strategy, and the conceptual water servicing in general would follow the proposed right-of-ways. It is recommended to have 2 connections for the purposes of water distribution, redundancy, and fire flow available. And what you'll note is a number of, that in general the water servicing follows the road right-of-ways. There is a number of connections proposed south of Highway 401 for that. Actually, I'll start on that east area. It's a minimum of a 300 millimeter connection that would connect to this existing 200 millimeter on Walker Road and the existing 300 millimeter on Clark Road. So you'll see the dash being the new proposed lines and the solid blue lines being what's existing. And then if we look south of Highway 401, there's a connection, a new 400 millimeter trunk line recommended to be installed along Curry Road and Union Road as well as connection crossing the Highway 401 at the extension to Union Road. We've also identified a 300 millimeter connection along that extension of Harris Line that would cross Highway 401 as well. And for that west area, you'll see on this map a 300 millimeter connection recommended for both Wallace Line and to the existing water main on Thomas Street. The servicing strategy for for sanitary servicing is shown on this figure and is again included dash lines being proposed, solid being existing. And we've identified a number of instances where there is a proposed sanitary force main needed to connect an area to the existing system, where the pump station would be located to facilitate that, and where gravity sanitary flows should be able to be accommodated based on the terrain of the area. The last figure from an infrastructure perspective is the existing drainage strategy, and you'll see identified on here proposed stormwater management ponds. Again, the exact location is conceptual here and intended to support the facilitation of growth in the area. And in general, it does identify a number of stormwater ponds that could be anticipated, as well as potential sizing of those features. And these have been carried into the analysis as well. The last piece of work that I wanted to highlight today is the financial impact assessment. And this component of work took the transportation and municipal infrastructure projects identified for this area and identified, general costing assumptions as to whether something would fall into a county or town jurisdiction, and applied a number of build-out assumptions as well. And the one thing I would highlight in terms of build-out assumptions is the base assumption that all the residential land would be built out by 2046, but only 25% of the non-residential land would be built out by 2046. The results of this analysis demonstrate a positive annual fiscal impact, both at the county and town level, related primarily to the forecast industrial development. And as mentioned, Sean Michael is here if there are some additional questions on the fiscal impact. In terms of next steps, I think the mayor already mentioned them, so perhaps I'll just leave this slide up here as it relates to timing for the recommendation to Town Council and the OPA statutory public meeting on April 24th. And I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will now open the meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides the opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and council before a report and recommendation on the official plan amendment are brought before council's consideration at a subsequent meeting. Any person from the audience who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition of the application may do so now by coming forward to the lectern and stating their name and address the public record. We'll also ask that be respectful of any comments, whether you're in agreement or against. We want everybody to feel comfortable coming up and giving their opinion. Would anybody like to make public comment at this time? Second call. Is there anybody online?
Yes.
Excellent. Just wait for them to be connected.
I'm online right now if you're waiting for me.
Yes. Welcome. Just please state your name and address and continue.
Sure.
Begin.
Yeah, my name is Pierre Chauvin. I am a partner and a planner at MHBC Planning. And I'm here on behalf of the owners called South Thames Development Incorporated. They owned the proposed residential lands on what I'll call, what Justine referenced as the west side of lands, just north of the tracks, south of Hamilton Road. These lands, we certainly support the proposed residential designation contemplated for these lands. The total land holdings are approximately 93 acres. Now, with the proposed MDS ARC that has been reviewed by Justine, and I do want to take a moment to thank Justine for the excellent presentation. That was very well done, very thorough. But with that MDS impact, the recommendation to designate the MDS area as open space, that effectively impacts about a third of my clients' lands and as open space. We have a concern for obvious reasons, for a couple of reasons though, mainly how the MDS calculations were done. We do have concern with respect to the actual quantum of the calculation and how it's been done. We have different information that we intend to share with county staff and are hoping to try to meet with them in the next coming weeks to resolve this. But pending, and so we hope to continue to work with your staff. But in the absence of that discussion, I think our obvious concern is with the proposed land use designation of open space on our clients' lands. We certainly don't believe that is necessary. We would prefer that those lands be entirely designated residential. These lands they are within the settlement boundary. They're intended for urban uses, and as such should be designated for that use to maximize the efficiency of the services that we're contemplating for the area. This is exactly what you've added these lands for, is for development, and to sterilize these lands from open space designation just kind of goes against that intention and frustrates the future development of these lands. We would prefer, obviously, that those lands be designated residential, failing which at least a special policy identifying this area that's affected by the MDS that allows us to further have this dialogue with county council or county staff on this matter, and perhaps even recognize other mitigation measures that can be incorporated in the final subdivision design that would address or satisfy the intent of the MDS guidelines. So those would be our main asks and submissions, that that we have further time to discuss our interpretation and calculations of the MDS calculations that we've done compared to what the county's consultants have done. And then two, ask for that these lands be designated residential and or residential with a special policy. So those are my comments for this evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening, and I would be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you for providing those comments. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the application? Seeing none. Members of council now have the opportunity to ask any questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comments at this time. Questions of council? I have a question regarding, there is it's in the east portion with the, I guess with the, I'll address the whole plan because the question resolves around, there was medium density included, but there is no high density included within any of the settlement areas. Is there an explanation as to the reasoning why there is no high density?
Thank you, and great question. When we're looking at your official plan right now, there is a fair bit of interest in focusing high density around the downtown area and to preserve that area for the highest range of densities in the long term. There is an opportunity. What we did want to look at, though, is a broader range of uses in all of these geographies, and that's why you'll see a number of tweaks made to the permissions within these lands. When we think about growth and where you may want to accommodate it over the long term, certainly those higher densities having proximity to your existing amenities and services is really important, and that was part of the consideration of these lands being on the edge of the community at the moment.
This is a follow-up question. The medium density states that there's a special policy for regarding that singles and townhome duplexes would not be permitted within that. Is the goal of the medium density to have as a balance between across, to have an average of medium density? Or is it just specifically medium density builds as a whole?
And maybe I'll start, and then Heather, if you have anything that you'd like to add, feel free. Thank you for the question. So as it relates to the policies in your current official plan, perhaps I'll leave Heather to speak to any kind of context around the intent of those. As it relates to the specific study area, the overall density, so what we've established is an overall density for the entire, all residential lands within this secondary plan area, as well as density parameters for both low and medium to provide some guidance. In terms of, it would be an average across the geography, certainly. This is a land use designation, so it would go in your official plan, and permissions, how you may choose to zone the lands, assuming that if you were to proactively zone the area, you could have further specificity in terms of permissions in your zoning bylaw, but it is intended to be an average across the lands. If that perhaps, if I haven't answered the question, please let me know.
No, I believe so. Is it possible to achieve medium density with duplexes, in the planner's opinion? Is there options available out there that can, where that could be accomplished?
So maybe I can start. So medium density is not a defined term in any provincial policy. Your official plan defines it with density assumptions associated with it. So certainly as it relates to an idea that one person has in their mind about medium density, there might be some variation. Certainly some municipalities do consider duplexes medium density, absolutely. And I also think that as it relates to the broad range of uses, you could still achieve your minimum density that you have for medium density while allowing duplexes. You would just need more stacked townhouses and multiple units to offset those in order to achieve the overall range of density established. Yes.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie, through you. Again, with proposed medium density, it speaks to the existing section around limiting to 4 stories in height at grade. Is that typical for medium density? Understanding that's a different process to change it, but is that common, or is that an outdated approach to medium density?
So that's a carry through from your current official plan. Certainly as it relates to growth management across the province for many different municipalities, people are exploring what is the missing middle, and what type of built forms are considered missing middle for us in this community. And I think often, that exercise is through a bit of a housing strategy that looks at a bit of a needs assessment to say, okay, right now as a community, we have a lot of this type of built form, we are missing these kind of key components, and we're going to specifically target and try to incentivize those types of units to accommodate in our new areas. I would say that broader housing strategy has not been undertaken as part of this exercise. I can't speak to what the county or town may have done outside of this. But more specifically related to your question, 4 stories would be on the lower side of what municipalities are looking at when they consider medium density across the province.
Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. What is, further to the questions or comments made by the previous developer, what is the description of an open space so that we can all understand whether it's something that you're building into it or if it's something that can be changed?
Yeah, so open space is a designation in your official plan, and in order to develop on an area that is open space, it would require an official plan amendment, and sorry, through you, Chair. Pardon me. So it would require an official plan amendment to make an adjustment. The challenge, we're absolutely interested in sitting down with the prior commenter to provide some additional information as it relates to the minimum distance separation analysis. And this is, a part of provincial policy that can be challenging. So we're happy to work together to try to find a suitable solution. But as it relates to the minimum distance separation, the way the provincial policy is currently written, it's in order to provide a settlement boundary expansion, you need to demonstrate minimum distance separation has been achieved. And so these lands are not in your urban area yet. There was a comment that was made that it is not in your urban area. This exercise is to bring it within your settlement boundary. And so this exercise needs to justify that minimum distance separation can be accommodated in order to bring it in. It is a part of policy that's surprisingly black and white. And so I think it does come down to the assumptions about the specific livestock operation, and that's where we'd be happy to kind of work through some details or see if there are other opportunities to look for how to transition the area over time, recognizing that this is a point in time.
I have a question. There's the large, on the west part of the property, there's a large space of open, that's designated open space. Does that, certainly from a town perspective, I think we're hoping to use that for recreational purposes. Is that something that's permitted within that area?
Yes.
Perfect.
And to the chair, that was also certainly a comment that we heard from the community, loud and clear, that there's a desire to have additional recreational facilities, passive recreational uses in this area, and that was intended to accommodate those uses in the long term.
Further questions of council? Seeing none, if there are no further comments or questions, then the public information session for this application is now concluded. The application is scheduled to come before council at the April 8th regular meeting, during which the additional opportunity will be provided to members of the public to comment on the proposed amendment, which will be followed by the formal public meeting under the Planning Act scheduled for Oxford County Council's meeting on April 24th at 9:30 a.m. So with that, Councillor Hughes, I believe you have a motion to receive for information.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerue, that the Town of Ingersoll secondary plan presentation as presented by Justine Giancola of Dillon Consulting be adopted as information.
Discussion. Just a question for staff. The information, or the draft plan is available on our website, or will be posted to the county website for people to view? Curtis, please.
Yeah, it's currently posted on our website under the secondary plan for information. So it's there for all the technical memos, as well as the final draft plan is available for review, and it's been updated throughout the process. There is an opportunity to provide comments through a comment box on our website as well.
Excellent. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will now go into a public meeting held pursuant to the Planning Act. I declare the public meeting to be open. This meeting is constituted as a public meeting held under the Planning Act to consider proposed amendments to Consolidated Zoning Bylaw 044160. Any persons in attendance, including those participating virtually, may make a presentation to council in support or opposition to the zone change application. Individuals who wish to receive the decision of council on any application being considered this evening must sign the record of attendance outside council chambers or submit a written request to the attention of the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at daniellerichard@ingersoll.ca. Sorry, that's danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal under Section 25 if an appellant has not provided counsel with oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions before a bylaw is passed under this section. The application to be heard this evening concerns application ZN 6-23-03, 191 Canterbury Street, applicant 10004000199 Ontario, Inc. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest in the application to be considered? Seeing none. Has the clerk received any additional correspondence on the application that is not being noted on the agenda?
I have not.
Thank you. I now request the planner, Heather Sinclair, to provide an overview of the application and explanation of the requested zoning amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application for zone change has been requested to add a contractor's shop to the list of permitted uses in the special highway commercial zone, the HC-8 zoning, that applies to the subject property. Specifically, the proposed zone change has been requested to recognize an existing contractor's business, which is locally known as Murray's Contracting, that was established in non-compliance with the zoning regulations. The subject lands are located at the northwest corner of Harris Street and Canterbury Street and are approximately 696 square meters in size and contain an existing commercial building, which is approximately 216 square meters or 2,300 square feet in size, as well as an existing parking area. The applicants have indicated that the use mainly consists of storage of non-hazardous materials and equipment indoors, with majority of work for the contracting business being conducted off-site. The subject lands will also be used for the parking of 4 company vehicles located within the existing asphalt area. And the applicant has also indicated that 1 existing residential dwelling unit is located on the 2nd story of the existing structure. A special provision to the zoning requirements would also be required to permit a reduction to parking from 9 spaces to 7, with 2 of those required spaces being dedicated to the residential use on the property. The subject lands are designated as service commercial in the official plan and will be reviewed under those policies, which are detailed in the staff report. The service commercial designation is intended for a broad range of commercial uses that for the most part are not suited to locations within the central area because of their requirements for large lot area or access requirements. The subject lands do have a site-specific special highway commercial zoning on them, and this special site-specific zoning was established in 2002 and permits the entire range of uses that are permitted in the highway commercial zone, as well as the residential unit in the upper portion of the building. And essentially, those site-specific provisions recognize the existing structure on the property, recognizing insufficient setbacks. So permitted uses in the parent highway commercial zone include a wide range of highway commercial uses, such as an animal kennel, a bank, a convenience store, a restaurant, and a service shop. And the parking provisions of the zoning bylaw establish the parking requirements based on the proposed use and state that 1.5 spaces are required for the residential unit, which equates to 2. And that 6 spaces would be required for the proposed contractor's shop plus 1 barrier-free for a total of 9, whereas the applicant is proposing 7 on site. This would include 1 dedicated barrier-free spot and, like as stated, 2 for the residential dwelling unit. 1 phone call was received this afternoon expressing concerns with the proposal, indicating concerns with respect to existing cargo containers in the rear yard and concerns regarding the state of the fence on the subject lands. And additional comments that were received from the public commenting agencies, together with a recommendation from planning staff, will be brought forward to council at their next meeting. So that's an overview of the application, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not believe the applicant is in attendance, but I will ask, does the applicant or the representative have any comments to make concerning the application? Not seeing. I will now open the public meeting. I'll open the meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides the opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and council before a report and recommendation on the requested zoning amendment is brought forward for a decision at a subsequent council meeting. Any person from the audience who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition of the application may do so now by coming forward to the lectern and stating their name and address for the public record. And I will again request that everybody be respectful, whether you agree or disagree with the comments, and we want to make sure that everybody is welcome to come forward. Does anybody from the public who would like to make comment on the application? Please come forward.
Thank you. My name's Joe DeFraga. I'm 277 Harris Street, just across the road. And really, the kind of the questions with the zoning changes, one was answered, no hazardous equipment, or sorry, no hazardous materials. I'm really asking around height of stuff, like is heavy equipment able to store there? For myself and my neighbors, being a corner lot, our living rooms overlook that, so we're looking into the backyard of that. So we're just understanding what's kind of the cleanliness, what's the look, what do we see as a construction lot? That was really the only question I had. I don't know.
Is that something that it could be answered now, or will have to be incorporated in the report?
I would note that council does have the opportunity to draft these amending bylaws however you see fit. That could include provisions around prohibitions on outdoor storage, which is typical for these types of uses. But with respect to the cleanliness of the lot and the state of the fence, those would be more property standards issues that would fall to the town's property standards bylaw to be addressed.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Any further comments from the public? Seeing none, do we have anybody online? No, thank you. So members of council now have the opportunity to ask any questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comments at this time. Questions? Nothing. I have one. What was the historic uses of this facility? Was there a contractor shop previously at this location?
Yes, my recollection is that the previous use was a contractor's shop. I believe it was an HVAC repair type of business. Prior to that, it was formerly a convenience store.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. Through you. With regards to the parking, I know there's been a lot of discussion about parking in other facilities and properties. Does that, I know what our requirement is, but we've always been mentioned about other municipalities that have lesser parking requirements. Does the requested parking spot numbers reflect that of other municipalities?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Hughes. In this instance, so the zoning bylaw is not necessarily in line with other municipalities with respect to parking. In this instance, we're reviewing it as a contractor shop, and we've done the parking calculations based on that. Because the applicant in this instance isn't proposing to do any on-site work at this location. This is simply just a storage facility for him. There's no expectation of customers frequenting the site, but there is the concern that he is housing his commercial vehicles on the property. So staff have reviewed a detailed site plan and have worked with the applicant's engineer to get a parking configuration that will work on site, and overall staff are satisfied that the configuration that he's proposed is appropriate for the development of this property.
Just a question around, this stays with the property in perpetuity or until it changes if it's approved. Is council within their ability to be able to put certain conditions on the type of business that can operate as such? What type of contractor shop can operate out of this in the future, should the current applicant no longer be there, to ensure that it stays consistent?
We can. If it's council's direction to limit the types of uses to just a contractor shop, or are you thinking more along the lines of the specific type of contractor shop? Obviously, there's residential very close by, and this is not traditionally a spot of, it has been commercial, but if it's not allowed, it's typically as a portion of highway commercial,
within so close, there is a potential for conflict. So it is the current applicant, the current situation may be tenable, and but to protect future, to maintain that or protect future conflicts in the future, is there? That's what I'm looking for. Is there ability to try to put roadblocks into place to make sure that it is something that continues in a agreeable manner to the surrounding community for future ownership.
That's definitely something that we can take into consideration when we bring our recommendation back.
Thank you. Further questions of council? Seeing none. If there are no further comments or questions, then the public meeting for this application now is concluded. The application will now be scheduled to come before council at a subsequent meeting, during which the planner's report and recommendation will be considered. As a reminder, if any member of the audience wishes to be notified of the decision of council in respect of any zoning bylaw amendments, they must submit a written request to the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The clerk must provide notice of council's decision to all those who request a copy within 15 days after the day of which the bylaw is passed. Anyone who may appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing with the clerk within 20 days of the notice of decision. The notice of appeal must set out the objection to the bylaw and the reasons in support of the objection, accompanied by the required fee. So with that, I will call on Councillor Hallerou for a resolution, please.
Thank you, through your mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hallerou, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive Planner's Report CP 2024-66 as information.
Discussion? All those in favor? It's carried. Okay, that concludes our public meetings. 2 seconds here to confer with the clerk. Okay. We will now conclude where we left off with the MURC public consultation.
Sorry, I misunderstood that we should be going to delegations and presentations.
Thank you. Okay, yes, we will continue down to delegations and presentations before we continue with our previous discussions. And so I will call on Carla Younger and Leanne McPhee, is that correct? Yes. Thank you. And Paul Thompson, please, to have a delegation up at the lectern, please.
Good evening, honorable members of the council. My name is Carla Younger. This is my business partner and mentor, Leanne McPhee. I truly appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak with you today. At the heart of Ingersoll is inclusion and diversification. I hope to help expand that. Our population is increasing faster than expected, and we have access to all amenities but one, cannabis. There are other legally controlled items such as tobacco, gaming, alcohol within reach, but not cannabis as of yet. Accessories are available for legal purchase at many local locations, though. The Alcohol and Gaming Commission, the ACGO, oversees the Cannabis Retail Regulation Guide and ensures that Ontario's only wholesaler of legal cannabis for retail networks is the Ontario Cannabis Store, or the OCS. Growers are federally regulated and monitored by Health Canada. As of the latest reports, it shows that licensed producers are in compliance at 98.5%, while retail networks have a 99% compliance rate. There's already framework in place which allows us to prioritize public health and safety, continue to restrict access to youth, and displace the illicit sales. Statistics show that 40 to 60% of individuals use or have used cannabis for recreational, wellness, and/or medical purposes. Residents currently have 2 options to get any products that they may want or need. 1, if they cannot wait for a Canada Post delivered OCS order, and if they do not have a vehicle, most often illicit sources are sought out. 2, we have to drive to a different town, which can be anywhere from a 12 to 33-minute drive, depending on the location chosen. The current methods force our residents to go elsewhere, which helps boost other town economies instead of staying local. I hope to see that narrative change, and this is where my vision comes in. As known, my name is Carla Younger. I'm originally from Nova Scotia. For the last 5 years, my husband and myself have called this place home, and we've been very fortunate to do so. My desire is to become our community's primary trusted resource and partner for cannabis. I would intend to host presentations and seminars to help build education and awareness. I'd also source local whenever possible to help build out the store. I also look forward to giving back to the community as well through donations and charitable events while keeping to governed standards. It would also help to protect our current youth as well as those to come. I am under no delusion that the weight and levity of the choice allowing cannabis sales has. It is a great undertaking because I know how much council cares about our community and the well-being of all of the residents. Other municipalities such as Mississauga have changed stances and now allow cannabis sales. We could do the same. If Ingersoll can embrace change, at the moment we are guaranteed to have at least one store that is community-focused, ran transparently, ethically, responsibly, and from a local source, because I have no intentions on moving anywhere. This is home. I thank you again for your time and your consideration, and we look forward to any questions or concerns that you may have.
Any questions for the presentation? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will now ask for a resolution from Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the presentation from Carla Younger, Leanne McPhee, and Paul Thompson requesting that Council opt in to allow retail cannabis operations in Ingersoll as information, and that Council direct staff to prepare a report on how the Federal Cannabis Act has changed since last brought to Council, and any recommendations for our community.
Discussion. Yes, certainly this term of council has not decided. Previous council have. Certainly have a report come back. There's certainly some history and evolution that comes from the beginning of when cannabis sales became legal, and of course Ingersoll did not opt in at the beginning, and so other councils have decided that. But I think it's fair to have a report come back for this council to have that same discussion, and I appreciate the delegation coming forward for that. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And now we will go back up to continue our discussion on the MURC public engagement. So we're still in the question phase. So I will ask, is there any further questions of the report from council? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. Kyle, you mentioned Simcoe refrigeration, which I was under the assumption refers to the ice plant, but perhaps it's more than that. So I'm just curious if we have anything in place at this point to also explore comparing the energy sourcing, or if this also encompasses that.
Through you, Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. My understanding is that Simcoe is in it's not just ice plants, Simcoe's in climate control and HVAC and all that. The report they were supposed to be getting is all options for the facility. So it'd be all energy efficiency options, all environmental options. They will be outlaid of what we could potentially include or not include in the new facility.
Continue, please.
A follow-up to that question. Are you aware if the report that's coming from Simcoe Refrigeration is going to compare the initial capital cost of those options initially, but also over the life of the facility?
Through you, Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor again, yes, that's exactly what the report is going to be, is what the initial cost will be for those items, but also how much energy savings you will have over the life term of that piece of equipment. So it'll be a comparison of areas we could explore based on cost and based upon return.
Further questions? Councillor Halleru, please.
So do we have almost a guarantee that we're not extending the timeline for this project?
Through them,
I think it's very hard for staff to give the crystal ball approach. I certainly think that they've provided that during what we're being asked to consider tonight will not necessarily affect the time frame. But there's no guarantee that something will not.
Well, the estimates is that the timeline that we are extending at all is already embedded in the original timeline, is what I heard Kyle kind of allude to, right?
so through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hillary. So this timeline, as I've said, this will not add on or delay the project in any way. We actually have lots of time built in to be able to do this. We have until about August of next year to get everything in place to start this process. This 77 days of design development and going back out to the user groups is always being built in to the original plan. So when we started down this process at phase 1, the 77 days of design development have been in there since we embarked on this project. So it's not as if we're redeveloping anything. We're continuing on with the next phase of the project. We just so happen to be at where the project got stalled at was the next piece was to do design development. And then once you did design development, can turn those schematic drawings into actual construction documents. So we just happen to be at the design development phase of the process, which is kind of perfect timing for where we need to also get public consultation. So the timelines are aligning of where we're at and where we need to go. But it doesn't, this isn't an addition of 77 days. The 77 days is always being built into the process from the outset.
So what you have proposed in this would be what would be done in the 77 days once that's required to happen. We're at the point of having those discussions with those other groups, the partnerships. That's all been incorporated, and then this would start the 77 days to refine the project to the point of being ready to put those on paper for public consultation to make sure that that's right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you, through you. I know this has been probably gone over a number of times tonight. The only thing I really have an issue with is two words we're using a lot, communication and consultation, because they're very different. And I see in the report that we're seeking public consultation, and I know we've talked about it. But when we seek public consultation, we pay for that. When we talk about communication, we're not necessarily paying for it. We're kind of managing that ourselves. But when we're looking at getting consultants in, and I think that's where we're kind of, some people are on the fence because, again, we've done this process. We haven't had any of those user groups come back to us and say they have different ideas or different numbers. So I think we may be caught up on that a bit. Discussion and communication versus consultation. And we have had correspondence from those groups and the people that spent a long time getting this ready that have said, hey, we don't want to change anything. We love everything we did before, so please don't ask us all again. We're happy with the way it is. So that's kind of where my comment is. It's not really a question, just comment. Thank you.
To be fair, though, that was from one member of the organization. And so, and it's not that things will change. It's that when you move forward, there's different data. Things have changed in organizations. And so at the end, I think we do need to have that data set to say, this is where the trends are going. And so does that mean that phase 2 needs to happen sooner or later? What are those numbers changing? I think if we don't talk to our user groups over a regular time frame to be able to say, what is that? What's happening in with these organizations and how does that affect our facilities? We can't plan for the long term for what those other amenities or anything like that happen to. So I don't think it's about redoing the whole situation and necessarily it's good that they haven't had the things that have changed, because that creates some sort of stability in what's happening. But I think those updated numbers and data, it's like checking our math. Like, we do a test, we check our math, make sure our answers are there, and it creates more certainty in the process. And so that we make sure that at the end, there's been, from 2016 till this gets built will be 10 years. A decade is a long time, and I think that's where those consultations need to happen and make sure the public is on board. There's been a lot of people move to town. There's a lot of people who have gone through the process and maybe changed the sports, the users of the facility. Hopefully that work will be, I hope that the majority, and 99% of that is valid, and that it's just a couple small tweaks to make it. But I would hate to ignore that data, and then all of a sudden there's something in there that can make the project that much better. Did you? Yeah, Kyle, please.
Just to follow up to Councillor Hudson's statement, just so that we're clear, the 77 days of design development, had this project not stalled out and we just continued along the path, there would have been 77 days of design development that we would have incurred regardless of how we decided to proceed. That was the next step in the process. Had we not stopped at that stage, that was the next piece to come. So had we continued along the process and not stalled out when we didn't get the grant, we would have done design development as the next step. That was where we paused the process, was at design development, so that was always going to happen. The public consultation, the 77 days would have happened as part of the process to get us towards construction documents. So it's not saying now that we're adding that in because there's been time that's passed. Those 77 days were always built into the process from the start. Just so we're clear of, we're not adding and we're not trying to scrap everything that's already been done by the previous group. This 77 days was built in from the outset. So it would have happened regardless if there'd been a delay in the process or not.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, then Councillor Halleran, please.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie, through you. I understand this time and the consultation was included in the initial process and in the report that we received in January. My challenge in making a decision tonight is I'm hearing we are redesigning, we're not redesigning. We're going back for this feedback, we aren't getting this feedback. I still have not heard from my colleagues at the Horseshoe what feedback we are willing to entertain and what we are not. Because in January, we said we were not redoing the designs, and we just wanted to tweak it. And now we're saying we're going back to the user groups in case they want something else, which we cannot afford anyway. So in order for me to support this extra consultation, and by extra, I mean spending this $7,500 on a process that was not included in those 77 days, even if it doesn't change the timeline. It's still an extra step, it's still extra money, it's still extra staff resources. So for me to feel like that's a good return on the investment of that time, I need to understand what information that will provide us that we do not have now and that we can financially afford to accommodate. That's where I'm not on side with this extra step. If those user groups tell us their association has changed, they have different needs, they probably will say that. The next step is, what are we going to do with that information? Probably say, what's before us is almost at our debt limit, we can't accommodate it. So I understand there are minor tweaks we need. I don't think engaging in that process is the helpful tweak we're looking for. The partnerships, potentially if they come to the table with a shovel-ready attachment or funding to support it, absolutely. The co-build or daycare or perhaps another opportunity. Those make sense to me, and that's time well invested. The time asking the user groups, what more could you ask for when they've already said they don't need that feedback, is maybe political reassurance for us to make the decision, but is not necessarily evidence that we're missing today. So I need to understand what evidence is missing for me to be able to support that consultation.
Mr. Grace, please.
Thank you, and I appreciate through Mayor, to the councillors that have recently spoken, I appreciate those comments, and it is helpful for staff if it's directed to say the consultation you're seeking is this, and being very specific about it. I appreciate those comments. One of the ways that we could approach this to ensure that we don't derail things is that if the resolution that's passed by council specifically says what consultations you'll receive, and then maybe even says what you'll do with those consultations. If council is kind of locked into a phase one, this is what it's going to be, I think it's okay for council to say that. So we want to seek input. If there's any partners that are coming shovel ready and with funding, we would consider that because that can connect without too much redesign at this point. If we receive some drastic number that may mean, and I'll use an example of ice usage. If a number came back and it was significantly higher for ice usage that warranted a second ice pad, council might say, we receive that, but we can't afford that right now. That would be phase two of the development, and we would have to defer those comments. So if council wants to get more consultation now, they could conceivably define that to say some of the consultation we get, be aware that we may not be able to adjust for that except for in a future phase. That may be an option for council to frame that motion that's acceptable to the majority of council.
Mr. Hallery, please.
Thank you, because that's what I've been saying is we need to consider the fact that we already have a plan in place. We already have done consultation. People already know what they want. Because we have more land, we are going to consider a phase two, and in that phase two, we are going to have public consultations to see, because I saw the whole type of feedback that we want to help us identify the different demographics that have come and what they possibly could actually want to include. And I do know that there's some places that don't even have to go that far. They have statistics. You look at a similar town, 20,000 people, how much usage, we have data. Every time we do something, we look at other municipalities and how they've done it. We don't necessarily have to drag time to look at what people want when we know what they want, and they've wanted it for 10 plus years. So my whole thing is, we know what people want right now. We have just listened to a budget that made us spend so much money to maintain existing facilities. Why not we go with what we have now, go with the partners, go with the funding, go hard to make sure we can meet this timeline while we consult with the public for a phase two and possibly continue to build till we're done a phase two. I really didn't see a need for us to go scramble everything we've already done, because the core of the town know what they need, and they're the same people, they're gonna tell you what they need. So why do we have to go back to the same people? When I hear the mayor speaking about asking the same people to see what extra we need, that wasn't my intention. My intention is we look at what we already have, but we actually have to add on. And when I asked for a redesign, in case there was opportunities to redesign and include some aspects, we could use the survey to ask. So I truly agree with this statement where the deputy mayor is saying, let's outline exactly what we need. And for me, that would mean, let's do a survey to survey maybe 3,000 people that are new extra to figure out what they might want, and then build on the existing plan for what the core of the town wants, so that we don't delay in missing out on a major project for another few years. And I think Michael just put it really beautifully. So if somebody can help with a motion that kind of sums that up, so we stop arguing about this, because I know I'm new, and I know sometimes it takes a little bit before people can understand what I'm trying to say, but I do not want anyone to take that and, take it out of context and say we should go back to the drawing board, because that's not what I want.
Okay. So I want to speak to the comments of why. Why? Because this is the single largest project, dollar-wise, that we have ever done in this town. $39 million is what we're talking about right now. We have opportunities to talk with school board and thing to try to get that cost down. But I have to make a vote to justify that to every person who pays tax dollars, not just users, not just the current users, not just the ones that we recommended then, but the current users and the future users that'll use that, the new residents that were here before. Every single one of those dollars has to be justified. If going back out and asking those user groups, hey, is this going to service the needs and checking that and making sure, and if it comes back the exact same, perfect, we're ready to go. I feel a lot more confident then. But if we don't, and then we build this facility, and everybody walks in the door the first day, and it's just like, well, why was that done? That doesn't work. And they go to us and they say, well, why didn't you ask me? It's like, well, we decided not to, because we had the information from 10 years ago, and we went with that. I think back, when that pool facility was built, it was the most contentious project ever. This facility that we're talking about now was supposed to be built in 1997. In 1995, that pool was built. Council of the day had a referendum whether to put it there. The town said no. They went ahead and did it anyway. They didn't listen to the community. There wasn't a facility needs assessment done on what should be in there. And it is the most, in some ways, the most useless facility that costs us a lot of money because it isn't good at one thing and it's not good at anything because it was so, there's no room for multi-use gymnasium in there because there was squash courts. Those don't work anymore. I don't want to look back in 20 years and go, this facility doesn't work. We only got this to do this once, and it is a lot of money. We will be going into debt for this. I don't like debt. I just want to make sure $7,500 is a lot to the average person. It's a lot to me. But when we're talking $39 million, to go back out and just double check our homework and make sure everything's good to go one last final time and make sure everybody's on board is very cheap assurance to me. And that's why I would go for consultation. And then when we're talking about phase 2, that is a very more in-depth process because we're talking about completely different facilities about that process. And that would have to probably go back to the design phase of what we went through with this, with the facility needs assessment and how those go in. The school board has the ability, if we attach a school there, that lowers the cost. There may be things that environmentally, sustainability items that we can add to this project then to be able to make sure that it is more of a community use, like it's operationally more efficient, it's cheaper in the long run, it's less money to have to borrow. Same with, it has more services that can be used. And let's be honest, right now our facility is limited to who can use it. By adding partnerships that have this, to make it more user-friendly, more people can access that facility and bring the cost down. I don't think it's too big of an ask to say, let's just talk to people at the end and make sure all the numbers add up and everybody's okay when we get to that final step. 10 years is a long time. What's the right time to go back out to people? Is it 15, 20? I think right now, what's the pool right now? 20-something years old? I think we would get a whole different answer about the user thing on that. And I think we will have a different answer from what happened. There will be different numbers. Will the outcome be different? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. We can't know if we don't have that data. And it doesn't have to be months long. We're not starting the whole process again. It's just getting the data to be able to make sure that what we're planning is the best thing for the community and it's going to meet the needs over the long term. You can see a lot of trends when you get multiple data. One data point is one data point. Multiple data points you can see trends in. And it can totally let us know where those phase 2 and phase 3 things, what kind of time frame, whether they're increasing. Our projections for population, we know when those studies were done to 2046, we're seeing vast increases in population. We know they're out of date. So we need to see what's going on with the current population now before we, to me, push the button and say spend the money. Councillor Halleroux.
Okay, so I just want to share. I understand where you're coming from, and I also understand that things get expensive. You're the same person who's concerned about the expense of this. If we keep delaying a MURC, you're not going to be able to afford it at some point. I have lived in communities, like I can give you 2 examples. Mission, BC is the first place I lived in Canada, 16,000 people, and they were about to build a MURC. You will have different demographics that dictate how you do it, but if you don't listen to the existing need and eventually want to do it as one big thing, you may end up losing sight of what you could even afford. For me, so there was a phase 1, phase 2, and you started with a pool because they didn't have a pool, and they started actually with just one pool, and we started building out, and you're still looking for funding, and you're still looking for, feedback from the community. So as you're adding on, What I envisioned is something that I know I have to explain because you're not seeing my point of view. My point of view was, I asked the question last time, how much will it cost to just redesign and maybe include an area that shows that this is where the MURC will be? And then when we get to consultations, we already have a starting point. When we get to consultations, we add on. We do need an extra pool. Regardless of what this pool may seem like it's useless, in the next 5 years, people will need a pool. And you will not know that until you go get feedback, because I have people that I know that cannot get lessons in our swimming pool. We are overpopulated for that pool already, but you can't see that yet because that's not even our priority right now. But what I'm saying is focus on what you already have. And as we build out, you'll notice that you'll eventually have a MURC that includes everyone. And that was where I came from because I felt like this was a good idea, but you know what? Thank God we haven't gone to the main drawings. We could save money with green and all of that, even maybe electric parking, whatever. If you think about it as if we're not asking people, that's not what I'm saying. We're gonna ask people eventually before we go to a phase 2, but you have what you have right now. 39 million can actually get people one ice rink right now as we consider meeting rooms and other things within this small project, and then just design a phase 2 so that we don't miss the mark. Because if you miss it now, it's gonna be 20 years again, you don't have a MURC. And I'm not saying we should ignore data or trend, but if you're looking to add information and get more ideas, and you talk about maybe including, when I hear you speak, Michael and staff, when I hear we speak, we talk about maybe including in the green space, like the baseball diamonds and maybe a soccer field and all. That's not even what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about things like the pool, where people pay lessons all year round that can pay for the facility. I'm thinking about basketball that can bring games to town that can pay for the facility that we already have a need. I'm thinking about things that are all year round standard sports, because we already have baseball diamonds. We already have tennis courts maybe. Maybe we need a soccer field there. Maybe we need something else. You don't know, but you're not gonna wait to know all of that before you give some people what they want. That's all I'm asking.
No, but you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying wait for all that. There's been no thing here that has done to delay the project. It is not going to happen. It cannot be shovel in the ground before 2026. And this does not delay it. It doesn't add to it. It is just verifying the information for phase 1 that we go out, that we see this is what we're building. When staff get through the conversation, they present to council, this is what we're building. It's verifying that that's going to meet the needs. That's it. There's phase 2, phase 3, whatever that is later on. I agree with you that has to have different conversations. I'm not asking for this to change. I'm asking to make sure that what was said is still relevant and where that information is going. We will never break even on the facilities. We'll never break even on a pool. We don't now on the one we have. It's impossible. The data is out there for all of them. These are service things to communities, which we have to subsidize. They're positives in the community, but we all have to pay for them. That's why it needs to be most operationally efficient as possible to try to limit that and be most useful so the more people can use it. But I agree with you, but I disagree that this is delaying the project whatsoever. I've heard it multiple times from staff that it's not, because we're not even there yet. Even if we say, yes, do all this stuff right now, we'll be done, and we're still not going to get the shovel on the ground any earlier. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please.
Thank you. I think Councillor Hudson hit it on the head. Communication, not consultation. Communication with the user groups who we communicated with at the beginning. We need to just go back and communicate with them. It's not necessarily a consultation. It's a communication. That I agree with. We need to go back and communicate. And our CAO gave the perfect wording. Can you come up with it again, please? Why didn't we write that down while you were saying it? Because to me, that's what we need to do. We're arguing about the same thing, guys. And we don't want to see it delayed, but this is not going to delay it. We need to get through our heads 2026. 2026. What are we in right now? 2024. We have time. We're not delaying anything. We're still moving forward. We're communicating with our user groups. We are in consultation with the school board and for the daycare And all those things that the green efficiencies, we're going to get a report on that. Then we've got to figure out how we can include that and save ourselves some money. So consultation is with that. And I think that if we define it that way, thank you, Councillor Hudson, for giving that, because I wasn't thinking it that way, but it just, the light goes off, and it's communication with our groups, going back and talking to them, making sure where we're at. I agree, 39 million is the most that I've ever seen our community spend in 18 years on council, guys. It's a lot of money. Let's make sure we're doing it right. Communicate with all the user groups, consult with those the school board and everything else, and let's move forward like we all want. That's what we all want. Consultation has to happen with the school board, Khadija. So consultation is what I'm saying, but you just said we need to remove the word of consultation.
Decorum, please. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens has.
But I'm saying, you just said no consultation word in there. Consultation has to come into play for daycare. I agree. Okay, but that's not what I just heard told in. Okay, anyway, I'm done. I think I've put my opinion. I'm interested to hear what all the other councillors have to say.
Okay. Is there any further questions? Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie, through you. So I do have this motion, and I want it to get somewhere, obviously, that people can be happy with. But I'm still coming back to the communication and verifying that, yes, indeed, this does satisfy the user groups. And it's easy to say that more public consultation is always better, but there is a point where enough is enough. And so I still haven't heard, what are we going to do with that information? Because if the answer is, everything's fine, we're happy with this, that's great. Hopefully that's what happens. But if the answer is no, this doesn't meet our needs, then what? That's what I need to hear to feel happy and supportive of communicating with these stakeholders.
And I can offer something to that. The data that is provided from the user groups would be given to Nicholas Sheffield so they can give us an opinion if the current design or the design that we'd consider still meets the needs of the user groups, and if they recommend any changes to make sure that it does. That's all that data would do, is to go in to see, look at, they've provided us a recommendation before based off that user. Has that data changed enough to change their opinion on what they recommended as their professional opinion?
Thank you for that, Mayor Petrie. I think that makes, I understand that, but again, okay, then what after that? They say this facility no longer meets your needs. Your user groups have identified they need A, B, and C, or they need a second pad, or they need an additional amenity that was not included in the first design. Then what?
Council has to make a choice. Whether to accommodate that, that's what service level are we going to provide in the facility? We can say we're going to provide the current one because we believe it meets the general nature. That's what we had to do the first time, is there was a lot of needs that came forward that were evaluated. They were put through, and we have a facility needs assessment. This is more of a verification of the facility needs assessment versus a redo of the assessment. So does what we proposed in this, with the numbers, the data that's been given from the user groups, given back to the professionals who did it in the first place, verify that information? Or does it change, that they say, because there's going to be changes in the schematic drawings after time. If we're going to change from environmental stuff, there's going to be changes. There's going to be changes if we're going to have co-builds. There's going to be changes to this, what happens. If it's just a tweak, then yes. If they're going to say, okay, the numbers you're seeing right now facilitate a second ice pad because the usership is through the roof, council will have to make a decision. Do we do that now, or do we do it do we incorporate that in phase 1, or do we incorporate that in phase 2? And how soon do we plan for that? It doesn't mean that it's going to change, but that data will tell us. They'll say, okay, you can incorporate this into the current plans, but you need to make sure that you take a look at this. These things need to be identified faster than before, or slower. That's the only thing that could come out of that. There could be, I've had people ask the question, can the current facility facilitate if a junior B hockey team were interested in coming to town? I don't know. I don't know if staff can answer that question or not, or if it can be, then that needs to be, then yes, or if it's, council would have to be, oh wait, that wasn't identified before by the user groups because that wasn't no one brought that forward. If that's something that Nicholas Sheffield can say, yes, it can accommodate that, perfect. If it can't, then it would add this much to the budget and council say, no, we're not interested. Or that's something that should be included. There's little things like that I think we have that time where, these things get that final draft right. Those are the things that would come back. I'm not saying that the user groups would come forward with that, but they could come forward with things that have updated their business models. We know there's been changes to how hockey operates in town with travel teams with Tilsonburg. There's been changes that have made. I think that data is useful to make sure that we have that going forward and have the professionals evaluate it, and then either they keep the same opinion or they don't. And then we can make a decision based off that. I don't know if that answers your question. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, no, and just kind of backing up to the consultation and communication, this whole process is not to blow up what we have. This is to better what we have, to get the tweaks, as you said about the tweaks, is, a tweak adding a new pad. No, a tweak would be adding bleachers in the basketball court. That's a tweak. Just a small change, not a huge change. As the mayor said, if it's a scenario when the numbers come back, if they come back with the consultation saying that we need this second pad, it has to happen, then we look at that and then we discuss that further as a council and make a decision. But it's not a given that's what's going to happen. It's information that we need in order to make an informed decision on spending that amount of money here in town. We need that communication. We need those data points. We need that information. And to spend $7,500 to get that information so that we can make a more informed decision, I think it's money well spent. Again, we're not delaying the build. We're not delaying shovels in the ground. We're just getting information so that we can make the best decision moving forward.
Further questions? Debbie Wilson, are you prepared to? No, okay. I saw the changing. Councillor Hudson.
I'll just ask a question while she's doing that. So let's just say the data comes back and it says, yeah, we need 2 pads. We need all this. Are we actually going to do that though? Like I guess.
Well, that was something council will have to take into consideration on the ability to fund something to be able to do that. Again, that may just say we need to prepare for phase 2 faster. Then we have development charges going towards that. If it comes back that the numbers are through the roof but we always have to set service level of what we're going to provide. So that is a question of service level that is purely, that would be up to council to say, yes, we're going to provide that, where it's worth the money to spend, or it's not. Or how can we accommodate that most likely, it would probably be part of a second phase, but Councillor Van Kouten.
Exactly, yeah.
At that point, Councillor Hudson, it would be, for me, is the ice pad or the gymnasium more important? How many gymnasiums do we have in our community? We've worked very hard with Thames Valley to make sure that we are able to get into facilities. So at that point, if it comes back before council, and for me, I want to know where things are going to be, absolutely, and it becomes a hard decision, right? That's what we have to do, and it might be that we take out one thing to put the other in. You never know. I don't know. Nobody has that crystal ball, but without that information coming, how can we even make that decision?
Councillor Halloran.
Yeah, so Christy just hit the nail on the head. It just goes to show that we're going to have a lot of consultations when we go back to public consultations. when they already have told us they know what they want in a specific way. What I am saying is the same as you're saying. Everybody's saying the same thing here, but I'm just trying to make sure that we start on identifying our existing need, and maybe, like you say, it could go bigger, but identifying a need, and if you're gonna start having consultations and saying, what do we need? It's already a twin pad that was expected. And I'm telling you, it's possible to have that and actually have other things housed within it. Instead of starting to argue about what's in it or not in it, I think we already have a comprehensive need for this community. And then we have the option of adding a few things that others would need in a phase 2. I really don't know why we are arguing about the same thing, because all I'm saying is phase 1, phase 2. Michael did it nicely in that motion speak. Let's do it that way. Because honestly, I feel like if you don't start this, you're never gonna start it, because the argument is always gonna be what's more important, who's more important, what group is more important. I think we already have a core, and we have a software that can give us more. Just ask them, list 10 sports, what would you like to see the most? Pick the top 3 in a design and maybe see how it goes, because we can also copy communities like us, 16,000, and see that one of the most, there's statistics everywhere. You don't need that one-on-one data for your community because it's the community. The community need has been identified. Now go broader and think about what people need in a community of this size that is projected to grow a certain size. And you'll also find data on what most things should be accommodated cost effectively and so on and so forth. So that we don't miss the mark on this, because I think we're majoring in the minors is what I see here. It's a lot of money, and if you really want to save money, you want to make sure you are growing beyond, you're building on what you already have, not starting from scratch for the decisions. And I totally agree with your explanations on why. I agreed with, yes, we need more consultation, but I'm saying building on extra, not going back and assembling the core is kind of where I feel like, yeah, I'm missing.
How's it going?
I'll give it a stab.
Okay.
All right. That the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll received staff report CS-008-24 as information, and that staff be directed to prioritize resources toward the construction of Phase 1 of the multi-use recreation center, where Phase 1 is considered to be the form in which the facility breaks ground no later than summer 2026, as presented in staff report CS-004-24, which is the January report. And that council directs staff to request user data from key stakeholders that were originally consulted during the 2016 multi-use study, along with any user groups that have formed since, to provide current operational and user information similar to what was provided as part of the original consultations. And further, that staff provide this data to Nicholson and Sheffield to validate the Phase 1 design and scope future phases of the site. And that any further consultation efforts informing alterations to the schematic design be focused on energy-efficient design options and co-built partnership opportunities. And that council, I'm losing my spot here. And the council be provided a report outlining a phased approach and associated timeline for Phase 1 and resources required for the construction of Phase 1 of the facility. And that staff be directed to consider potential partnerships that are fully funded and shovel-ready in line with Phase 1 construction timelines, and any ineligible partnerships may be considered for future phases. And that an expert assessment be provided to council that compares natural gas and purchased electric with renewable energy sources and other feasible energy-efficient design features that are more efficient and reduce carbon emissions. And that such report will include a comparison of the initial capital cost and the life cycle operating cost for the estimated life cycle of the facility, 50 years, and an asset management comparison over the same period. And that staff be directed to dedicate a page of the town's website exclusively for MURC project communications to residents, beginning no later than May 2024.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I will second the motion.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
I have a question.
Okay.
So just,
Can you email
us.
Yes, sure.
Right now.
Yeah.
Because I would really like the
Perfect.
opportunity
Fair.
to read it.
Okay.
There's a lot of information in there, and I just want to make sure that we have it all in there, and you spoke quickly at times.
Sorry.
So, given there's a lot of information there, we've had a lot of discussion, would council entertain to deferring a decision on that motion until the next meeting to allow, we've talked about this a lot tonight. No, I'm not
No.
saying no. Okay, that's fine. No, I'm just making sure. Okay. As the mover, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes.
Yeah, we,
Get the motion first.
yeah, we
Yes.
can get the motion emailed to council and the clerk, please. And,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
Question of clarification? Yes, please.
So can we include in the motion a timeline for that consultation as well?
so I think, if I may, Mayor, Michael suggested maybe a 5-minute break to give people the opportunity to read this. Is that allowed?
The motion is always available. I do want to keep in mind that we do have other business
Yeah.
that we do need to get through. We have people waiting patiently in the audience to have decisions made. So, again, I know that council wants to deal with this tonight. So maybe we can have a little bit of discussion on it, and then if we need to take a break, we can do that. Can we? Would council be willing to consider tabling this motion until we've dealt with further business?
Sure.
Okay. Can I have a motion as such? Moved by Councilor Van Kootenbos, seconded by Councilor Hallerud to table this until following our notices of motion. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I thank the clerk for that suggestion, and I thank council for moving us forward to allow some of our very patient participants tonight to get to our other business. Now, special report number 2 is council remuneration expenses report. Are there any questions or report of the report? Would staff like to speak to the report?
No, I think that the report is pretty straightforward. If the council has any questions, we'll answer them, but if not, it's here for your information.
Thank you very much. I didn't see any questions. Is there a resolution for Councilor Van Kootenbos, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report T-006-24, council remuneration and expenses for the year ended December 31st, 2023 as information.
Discussion. The thing I'll say is this is about transparency. Everything is there for the public's view to see what where the money is spent on council and other members of public boards. For discussion, all those in favor? Oh, Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Sorry, Irina, to put you on the spot, but how does this compare to what was budgeted? It's okay if you don't know the answer.
Council honorariums are on budget.
Yes.
And meetings, conferences, as far as I remember, are on budget as well. It's actually under budget.
Thank you.
Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now we will go to, I will turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Wilson. You may not. This might be- And Councillor Bowman and I will depart.
Thank you. So we're moving on to consideration of the report CP 2024-62, ZN 622-3, Culloden Road. Heather, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So this application for zone change was considered by council at a public meeting in February, and proposes to amend the existing highway commercial zone that applies to the subject lands to add a retail store. Just bring up the property here. If I can find it. To add a retail store as well as a personal service establishment to the list of permitted uses in the highway commercial zone. The application also proposes to reduce the required number of on-site parking spaces from 87 to 79 and to permit a reduction to the required queue spaces for a drive-through window from 11 to 10 spaces. The proposed amendment will facilitate the construction of a 204 square meter addition to the existing commercial plaza, which will accommodate the relocation of a presently existing retail use, which is Mr. Safety Shoes, as well as the construction of a 178 square meter standalone eating establishment with a drive-through window. The application also proposes the establishment of a personal service use, which would consist of a nail salon within the existing commercial unit where Mr. Safety Shoes is currently occupied. The subject lands contain 3 existing fast food restaurants consisting of Subway, Pita Pit, and A&W, as well as the Mr. Safety Shoes retail outlet. And surrounding land uses consist of a town-owned stormwater management facility to the immediate north, as well as other highway commercial uses consisting of takeout restaurants, gas stations, and car dealerships and a hotel to the east of the subject lands, Cami Manufacturing to the west, and the Highway 401 interchange to the south. In support of the proposal, the applicants did submit a traffic impact study and a parking brief, which concluded that the proposed development will have a nominal impact on traffic operations in the area, and that overall the proposed number of parking spaces can accommodate the proposed development. Staff have reviewed the application and are generally satisfied it is consistent with the direction of the provincial policy statement, as the proposed development will aid in the promotion of economic development and competitiveness in the town, and will provide for an appropriate range of employment uses while encouraging compact development that will be built on existing municipal infrastructure. The subject lands are designated as service commercial in the official plan, which is intended for a wide range of commercial uses which cater to the traveling public and other business and industries in the area. These policies are essentially intended to ensure that opportunities exist for specialized commercial activities in locations that serve the traveling public, while ensuring that the commercial integrity of the town's downtown core is maintained and protected. Planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed development on the subject land will aid in providing appropriate commercial uses to the traveling public and to businesses and industries in the general area. Given that the subject lands are located in close proximity to the Highway 401 interchange, the development will also cater to the commercial needs of the broader market, and staff are satisfied that the proposed retail outlet, again, Mr. Safety Shoes, largely serves the existing industrial employment base in the immediate area and is therefore appropriately located on the subject lands. It's further noted that this use has existed for some time on the subject property and will be relocated here once the proposed new building additions have been completed. However, in order to ensure that this retail use does remain targeted to the existing industrial businesses in the immediate area, staff are recommending that this retail use be limited to the sale of safety shoes and industrial work apparel in the amending bylaw. With respect to the proposed personal service establishment, planning staff are generally satisfied that this use at this location will not offend the commercial policies of the central area, which are designed to preserve the integrity of the downtown core as the primary business area in town. Specifically, staff are of the opinion that the subject lands are uniquely located within a small highway commercial plaza with direct access to the 401 that will provide access to the proposed personal service use to a wider market range, wider regional market, which will not directly compete with similar uses in the downtown core. With respect to the request for a parking reduction, as stated, the applicants have submitted a parking analysis, and this study provided a breakdown of the parking calculations required in the zoning bylaw, which generally require 17 spaces for the retail use, 66 spaces for the eating establishment, for a total of 83 spaces. 4 additional spaces would be required for barrier-free, for a total of 87 spaces on the property. The study provided by the applicant concluded that based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers for shopping centers and fast food restaurants, the peak demand parking requirements would be 69 spaces on the site, whereas the applicant is proposing 79 to accommodate the proposed addition. So planning staff are generally satisfied that the proposed 79 spaces will be sufficient to accommodate for the proposed expansion. Staff are also satisfied that the existing and proposed uses typically see higher parking turnover rates associated with fast food restaurants than traditional sit-down restaurants. And it's further noted that 2 of the existing restaurants do contain a drive-through window, which are also anticipated to lessen the parking burden somewhat. So as such, a lower parking rate can be considered appropriate in this instance. However, it is noted that on the applicant's site plan, they do show an outdoor patio associated with the proposed new eating establishment, and town staff are not supportive of this additional seating area, as it will result in an increase to the required number of parking spaces. So planning staff are recommending that a gross floor area cap be placed in the amending zoning bylaw to reflect the proposed number of parking spaces on site. No comments from the public have been received as a result of our public consultation, and staff have reviewed the detailed site plan and are satisfied that the applicant has addressed all of staff's concerns. So overall, staff are of the opinion that the application is acceptable from a planning perspective, and a draft bylaw has been prepared for council's consideration that caps the gross floor area of the eating establishments on site and limits the retail use to that associated with the sale of industrial work apparel. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions about the report? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Heather, I know the parking study has been done and reviewed and is acceptable. I have had the opportunity to be out there at lunchtime and have seen considerable traffic backing going just through that one fast foods place, actually backing out onto Culloden Road, Culloden Road. I've seen the same thing happen with the other establishment that's just up the road a bit, where there has been traffic snarls with traffic going through the drive-through but not able to get in because it is so packed. I'm not saying that happens every day, it doesn't happen all day, but in those instances during that time, obviously it's a busier area. How can, I guess there really isn't any way that they can fix that other than not changing the number of parking spots that are available through the area. Has that ever been brought up or discussed or thought of during any of the consultations at the, or not consultation, but the discussions with the developer?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, for clarification, are you questioning whether or not additional parking is possible on site, or essentially, no, additional parking is not, there's really limited opportunity for additional parking. So it would be a matter of reducing the extent of development on site to accommodate those parking requirements. It is noted that the parking analysis did take into account peak parking requirements. So that's what the review was based on. But it would be up to council's discretion as to whether or not you think that the reduction to parking is appropriate in order to accommodate the proposed development here.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
All good, Deputy Mayor. You're doing great. So I have 2 questions, and I didn't really notice it the last time that we were looking at this, but the drive-through where it queues, so it comes in off of Culloden Road, and it says drive-through, keep right sign, and then you come up to the queue and it moves you over to the left with one-way traffic going in beside the buildings. To me, you're going to end up with an accident because those that are in the queued lane have to cross the path of the people going on through. Wouldn't it make more sense to have that queued lane closer, or is there a reason why that queued lane can't stay closer to the buildings? And maybe it's petty, but I don't want to see accidents happen on the property either. But if you're looking at it, the queued lane is on the left, whereas the through lane is on the right. And yet, but down at the very bottom, when you come in, it says drive through, keep right sign. So they're staying in the right-hand lane, and then they're moving over to the left-hand lane. To me, they should be staying in the right-hand lane, not going into the left-hand lane. And I don't know whether it was just a mistake on here or whether there's a reason for that happening. And if you're able, you may not be able to answer it now, but maybe in the future?
Through
Sorry.
you, Deputy Mayor. So to clarify, that drive-through keep left is intended to provide direction for patrons of the new restaurant, whereas the area on the opposite side of that, on the right, would be it wouldn't be for the general public to travel. That's the intended area for loading facilities to go through. So we could definitely include additional signage there for loading facilities only on that right side. But yeah, so you can see that it's intended that the loading trucks would be able to pull in that way through the one-way and offload to the proposed addition there. So that area is not intended for general traffic, it's intended for loading facilities.
All right, I think that just needs to be clarified. Thank you, and I appreciate that. So my other question, if I may, Deputy Mayor, is the cement barrier that is existing already for the A&W drive-through. Right now, for people to get out onto Ingersoll Street, I know in my truck, I can't make it, and I would never make it with the parking spots that are put there to be able to get out to Ingersoll Street. Is there a reason why that dead space is being left there? Can that not be removed to an extent so that people coming out of that drive-through could conceivably continue right on to Ingersoll Street and then not requiring people to try to get back through the entire parking lot to go out onto Culloden Road?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that existing barrier, it didn't come up during our review, but it is noted that all of the turning radiuses have been completed by the traffic engineers. But we can definitely take it back and look at it. The applicant has applied for a site plan amendment. So town staff have reviewed the application in detail in order to facilitate that next step for the site plan agreement. But at this point, it has not yet been finalized, so we can definitely take that back to the applicant.
Councillor Halleru?
Thank you, Heather. When I saw this, I was actually excited that they're using that space, to its full advantage. But I think, like everybody's concerned, I wonder if the drive-through should not be the other way. Instead of, like Christy just noted, when coming out, there might be that congestion there. I'm wondering if that would be better if everybody came through like they did for AMW, and those that were, instead of parking, would just go through and then seamlessly join back on the road. If just maybe the direction would make a difference.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, I'm not sure I fully understand what it is that you're recommending.
There's a do not enter sign, which means that that's the exit from the drive-through, correct?
Correct.
I'm wondering if that shouldn't be the entry to the drive-through, so that everybody goes out the other way.
So the rationale behind the existing drive-through location is because the zoning bylaw requires a number of spaces.
The order is being placed on this side, sorry.
It requires, in this case, 11 spaces for queue spots for vehicles. So they have to be able to provide that drive-through lineup, essentially, without impeding the traffic function through the rest of the site. They have requested a reduction to that number of queue spaces from 11 to 10. But that's essentially why the drive-through lineup has to go behind the existing buildings in order to accommodate those queue spaces for the drive-through.
Okay. Just one space down.
Councillor Hudson?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I just had a question about the parking spots. So just correct me if I'm wrong. So the parkings, they were able to have 69, but they actually are going to have 79. The minimum requirement was 69, but they have 79. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Based on the parking calculations in the zoning bylaw, they would be required to have 87.
Right.
The traffic brief that was provided by the applicant and prepared by a traffic engineer indicated that based on industry standards, the peak traffic requirements would be 69 spaces. And they're proposing the 79 spaces in this instance. So it is below the zoning bylaw requirements, but it is above the industry standard as per their traffic engineer.
Okay, thank you. And a follow-up to that was then, so staff is saying we should deny the patio because of parking spaces, but we still have kind of 10 above. So I'm just questioning that.
That's correct. So that patio area would essentially increase the number of required parking spaces based on our zoning bylaw. So staff are recommending that that area not be permitted for outdoor seating in order to help offset that parking calculation.
Councillor Hallerow?
Thank you, through your Deputy Mayor. So, but do we have a number for the seating for that patio?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, no, we do not. It's just labeled on the site plan as outdoor patio area.
So would it make a difference if it was a seating area for just maybe 4 tables instead of, say, 16?
Yes, it would, but we don't have that information, but we are recommending that the outdoor seating area not be permitted.
Completely.
Correct.
I think it's a wonderful use of space, but yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. So your finding is that it will not impact the downtown commercial businesses at all, or there will be minimal impact?
Overall, through you, Deputy Mayor, excuse me, overall, our opinion is that the proposal does represent economic development opportunities for the community. Given the location and the size of the complex, the commercial plaza, we're of the opinion that it has more of an opportunity to serve the wider regional market, and that the specific retail use, being Mr. Safety Shoes, is appropriately located here because it does serve the needs of the industrial community. Whereas that's a retail use that maybe isn't quite as appropriate downtown. So that is why in the amending bylaw, we're recommending that that retail use be exclusively dedicated to the sale of industrial work apparel.
Any further questions?
Yes, follow up to that.
Councillor Hughes?
Would us approving this, would that set a precedence within the town in regards to other areas that may request the commercial aspect of it in different areas outside of this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Generally, when planning applications are submitted, they are reviewed on their own merit. There are only limited service commercial designations throughout the town, and each of them at this point have undergone retail market analysis, and so we would have to review those on a case-by-case basis.
Any further questions? Councillor Hughes, this is your motion if you're prepared.
Oh, yes, it is. Thank you. You're still okay with this? for seconding? This is the approval.
Yes.
Okay. Moved by myself, Councillor Yu, seconded by Councillor Helleroo, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive planning report CP 2024-62 as information, and that Council of the Town of Ingersoll approve the zone change application submitted by DC McCloskey 248075 Ontario Inc., whereby the lands described as Part Lot 22, Concession 2, West Oxford, are to be rezoned for from Highway Commercial Zone HC to Special Highway Commercial Zone HC-SP, to add a retail store and a personal service establishment to the list of permitted uses, and to reduce the number of parking spaces to 79 for the entirety of the site. The amending zoning bylaw will also reduce the number of queue spaces for the drive-through restaurant to 10.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Helleroo?
Yeah, I think this is actually something that we need in the community. We are a highway town. We've got 2 exits, and this definitely serves its purpose. And I know that people would stop at Woodstock more frequently because they have more options. So this really invites more people to stop by Ingersoll, and I think it's a really good use of space. I'm glad to see that extension, actually. And again, it's a drive-through, so hopefully more people get to sample Ingersoll. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried.
And we will now head down to item number 4, ZN 6-22-10, report number CP 2024-67. And I will ask Heather Sinclair to present the planner's report, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. So as council will recall, we held a public meeting on February 12th to hear a proposal for a residential plan of subdivision consisting of 7 lots for single detached dwellings, 6 blocks for street fronting townhouses for a total of 40 dwelling units, and a multiple unit residential block, which is shown as block 14 on the plate 3 of the staff report, which is intended to accommodate 26 residential townhouse units through a future plan of condominium. And the proposal would be served by the extension of Keith Maybe Boulevard and Fuller Drive. An application for zone change has also been requested to rezone the subject lands from development zone to residential type 1 zone for lots 1 through 7, as well as special residential type 3 zone to facilitate the proposed development. The site-specific R3 zoning proposes to permit an increase to the maximum lot coverage allowance from 40% of lot area to 50%, and to permit the development of the proposed future condominium on a private road. So overall, the development proposes the creation of 73 new residential dwelling units on the subject lands, and the property is approximately 8 acres in area and is currently vacant. The portion of the southerly corner of the subject lands is located within the Conservation Authority's regulated limit, and surrounding land uses primarily consists of single detached dwellings with a mix of single and 2-story homes, as well as a town-owned stormwater management facility to the southeast. Planning staff have reviewed the proposal under the policy direction from the province and the official plan, which is detailed in the staff report, and staff are generally satisfied that the application can be supported from a planning perspective. With respect to the provincial policy statement, staff are of the opinion that the proposal complies with the direction for residential infilling within a designated settlement area, as the application is a form of residential intensification that will result in a range and mix of housing types on underutilized land and will efficiently utilize the existing municipal infrastructure within the area. The subject lands are designated as low-density residential in the official plan, which is intended for a range of low-density housing forms, including single detached dwellings and street-fronting townhouses. And planning staff are satisfied that the proposal is also in keeping with the policy direction for lands designated as low density, as the proposed net residential density for the development would be 28 units per hectare, which is compliant with the maximum 30 units outlined in the official plan. Planning staff are also of the opinion that the proposal complies with the strategic approach of the official plan for housing and development and residential areas, as the proposal will aid in meeting the demand for housing on existing underutilized residentially designated lands, while providing for that additional housing range of options in the community. Staff are also satisfied that the proposed development is compatible with existing development in the immediate area. While it is recognized that the proposal will introduce a new housing option on the subject lands, the nature and scale of the development is still considered to be compatible with existing development in the vicinity. And townhouses and single detached dwellings are recognized uses in the official plan as being appropriate housing forms for low-density residential areas. And good planning practices direct for a mix of and integration of different housing forms in order to achieve an overall low-density use. So as noted, the applicants have requested an amendment to the zoning bylaw to facilitate the proposal, which includes a request for an increase to the maximum lot coverage allowance. It's the intent of this provision to ensure that sufficient pervious area is maintained on private property to provide for parking and private amenity space. To this end, staff are satisfied that the proposed lots are sufficiently large enough to accommodate the required front yard and rear yard setbacks for private amenity space, and the development also appears to maintain space for on-site parking in accordance with the town zoning bylaw requirements. The applicant has submitted an updated stormwater management plan, and town staff are satisfied that the proposed increase to lot coverage has been adequately accounted for within this updated stormwater plan. So as such, staff are satisfied that the requested increase to lot coverage can be considered appropriate in this instance. An additional site-specific provision will be required for lots 1 through 3, which are proposed for single detached dwellings to permit a minor reduction to lot frontage. The intent of the lot frontage provision is to ensure that parcels are sufficiently wide enough to accommodate for an appropriate building envelope for private development. Staff are satisfied that the proposed 14.3 meters of frontage for these lots will provide for adequate width for a single detached dwelling and will ensure that the driveways for these lots maintain a sufficient distance from the curve in the proposed road. A number of concerns were received from neighboring property owners regarding the proposal, with the majority of concerns outlining issues regarding the scale of the proposed development and compatibility issues with the existing uses being predominantly single detached dwellings. Concerns regarding the increase in traffic in this area resulting from the development were also identified at both public meetings and in written correspondence received in advance of the meetings. Planning staff are of the opinion that while the application does propose townhouse units in an area predominantly occupied by single detached dwellings, the proposal will not substantially change the scale of development in the immediate area and will be compatible with existing uses in the neighborhood. Specifically, the proposed uses, as stated, do represent a low-density housing form that's intended for the subject lands, and it's noted that the applicants are proposing new single-detached dwellings adjacent to the existing single-detached dwellings in the neighborhood, which is intended to act as a buffer for the existing single-detached dwellings. Several comments of concern were received with respect to the increase in traffic, and to address this, the applicant has submitted a traffic impact study that concluded that the proposed development can be accommodated by the existing transportation network with no significant impacts to the traffic operations. This study did take into account the recent connection of Walker Road to David Street, which provides a secondary access for the southerly portion of the subdivision to David Street, which is a collector road and is intended to carry traffic through the subdivision. The engineering department has reviewed the updated traffic study and noted that as a condition of final approval, the updated traffic report will be peer-reviewed, and any recommendations resulting from that peer review would be implemented as conditions of final approval to the satisfaction of the town. Additional concerns have been expressed with regard to parking issues that may result from the proposal. And to this end, it is noted that the developer will be required to provide the required number of parking spaces, which is 2 per lot, for both the single detached dwellings and the street fronting townhouses. And no reduction to this parking requirement has been proposed by the applicant. So as such, staff are satisfied that sufficient parking will be provided for the proposed development to meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw. The applicants are also proposing a pedestrian access trail on the west side of the property, which would provide access to Harris Street from the proposed condominium block. Town staff have expressed interest in procuring ownership of this land for the purpose of establishing a public trail from the subdivision to Harris Street. This trail would provide for pedestrian linkage to the subdivision to Harris Street, which has sidewalks on the west side, and would allow for connectivity to the existing park trails to the south and the public school to the northwest. Planning staff are recommending that as a condition of approval, the applicant deed the strip of land on the west side of the subject property to the town and establish the necessary easements over the proposed private condominium block for access. So overall, planning staff are satisfied that the proposal meets the policy direction of the provincial policy statement and the county's official plan, and are recommending that town council approve the application for rezoning in principle and advise county council that they support the application for subdivision subject to the list of conditions that are provided in the staff report. So pending a decision from county council regarding the proposed subdivision, a draft amending bylaw would be brought back for council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody like to rehear that? I'm just joking. Questions of the report? Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, but I'll start with one. And I don't know if you would know the answer to this or be able to speak to it. What have the questions been from the members at County Council? Has there been any serious development questions in regards to this, or has there been just a, I don't want to say a quiet acceptance, but just basically acceptance of moving this development forward?
Through your worship to Councillor Hughes, at this time, County Council has not yet considered the application. Our general practice is to bring it to local council first for a recommendation. So essentially to allow town council to advise county council whether or not you're supportive of the proposal. So once we have that direction from you this evening, a report will be brought to county council at a subsequent public meeting at their meeting later in March.
Further questions? Councillor Hughes, continue, please.
Oh, okay. Shannon had her. Want me to go?
Sorry.
Okay. So after having conversations with a couple of the residents there, the question is, and I know this was brought up before in regards to access to this parcel of land off of Harris Street. Would you be able to speak to what would be involved in ensuring that if the opportunity to bring it out, what would all of that entail?
Through your worship, so for clarification, that would be to extend Fuller Drive all the way to Harris Street straight through, is that? Yes, that's correct. So in order to do that, a number of things would have to come into play. The first would be the applicant would have to procure ownership over those lands, which they do not currently have. The second major issue is that the Oxford County Public Works Department has indicated that they are not interested in seeing a new road stub go in proximity to the intersection there. And the third element that was considered when we were wondering if that was a possibility was the fact that those lands are regulated by the the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. So it would require fairly substantial approvals from their office in order to do that. So with those three things combined, I think for the most part that has resulted in the proposal that we see in front of us today.
Mr. Graves?
And I'd just like to elaborate on that as a little further. As council's aware, the current block that comes down there is just a narrow block for pedestrian traffic. It's not wide enough, so it would involve sort of expropriations. It would significantly increase costs of this. And further to the point about the county public works, because of the intersection of Harris and Canterbury, there's an odd intersection. They're not going to want another major intersection that close to that. So they would probably want that to connect up to that intersection, which would involve further lands being taken in. And then, you know, that whole intersection may need to be reworked because it's already a problematic intersection. So that would involve further lands being expropriated or acquired in some manner. So although it's not impossible, it's highly impractical for the applicants that already have a traffic study that says that they're okay to go out the way they are. They're going to say, well, you know, we don't want to take on additional costs. I also caution too that if we were successful in getting the applicants to take on additional costs, then they may want to intensify the development in order to compensate for those costs. So that could create further intensification, which may not be satisfactory to the residents either. So again, although not impossible, I think there's a number of obstacles there that make it extremely impractical.
Did you have a follow-up at all, Councilor Hughes? Okay. Hudson, please.
Thank you, through you. I was going to ask the exact same question that Rick just asked. So, yeah, I wanted to know, the traffic study said that Walker Road was sufficient for exiting for this new plan. I'm just wondering, to me, it doesn't seem like it's the obvious exit when you're in that plan. If you're heading to town, you're going to take maybe Boulevard for sure. So, I mean, yes, the road's there. I just don't see a lot of people using it. So exactly my question was, how difficult would it be to have Fuller come down, and what are the implications of that? Thank you.
Councilor Halleru, please.
Okay, so I'm trying to respect the fact that, you know, the planners have taken a look at this and they feel like this is a way forward. But I think as a town, we really need to figure out how to look at what we design as cul-de-sacs and what builders have the right to tell people when they buy lands from them, because this is a really painful situation for people who have bought land in the sense that they felt like this was their private, you know, end to their homes, and then now we have a road going through. So I think it is an opportunity for us to change the wording for what builders can tell, or what areas we designate as development. I
Is
don't know.
there a question for the, we're just
Yeah,
not
the
comment?
question is, can we change the wording for what we call lands that are cul-de-sacs in our plan, or zones, or, you know, whatever, because that's kind of the major contention here, right?
Mr. Graves.
Yes, and unfortunately, the town can only do so much because we don't control what a realtor may have said or anything along that lines. But as I've pointed out in the past, a number of things that the town did telegraphed that this was not a complete cul-de-sac. First of all, the 1 foot reserve at the end of it, the blocks that were defined that showed that the bulb on the cul-de-sac would come back into ownership to make the street straight, but also even calling it a boulevard and not a court. Typically, when a cul-de-sac is completed, there'll be houses at the end of the cul-de-sac blocking the bulb, which were not here either. So there's a few examples that show how the town regulated it to telegraph ahead of time that it may become a 3-street at some point in the future. So that, I don't know what other options I could do if this were brought in front of us today to try to telegraph that, aside from trying to force a developer to build the entire thing out and pave the road ahead of time to go through. That would be the only other option.
Further questions for the report? Councilor Hudson, please.
Thank you, through you. I just had a question about the lot size and how we were going from 40% coverage to 50% coverage, and just why are we okaying that?
So through you, Your Worship, so as indicated in the staff report, The intent of the lot coverage is to ensure that there is sufficient private amenity space on the property. So the zoning bylaw regulates front yard setbacks and rear yard setbacks, which will be met in this instance. The other intent of the lot coverage provision is to ensure that there's sufficient green space for stormwater management. So in this case, the applicant has updated their stormwater management plan and has demonstrated that they can adequately address the stormwater requirements with a 50% lot coverage. Many municipalities do have a 50% lot coverage requirement in their R1 zone, so it's not atypical to see that type of request. Essentially, all it will do, it doesn't impact the size of the lots, but it will provide the developer with the opportunity to build larger homes on those lots.
Further questions? Seeing none. Councillor Bowman, do you have a resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having heard the planner's report, we'll put this to the floor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Ingersoll receive Planner's Report CP 2024-67 as information, and that Council for the Town of Ingersoll approve in principle the zone change application, file number ZN 6-22-10, submitted by GSP Group, Incorporated, 1079784 Ontario, Incorporated, for the lands described as part lots 1314 and lots 223, 224, and 226, block 63, plans 279, to rezone lots 1 to 3, special residential type 1 zone, R1 SP, lots 4 to 7, residential zone type 1, zone R1, blocks 8 to 13, special residential type 3, zone R3 SP, block 14, special residential type zone 3 R3 SP, and block 15, open space zone OS, to facilitate a proposed residential plan of subdivision. And further, that the Town of Ingersoll advise County Council that the town supports the application for the draft subdivision, file number SB 2208-6, submitted by GSP Group, Incorporated, 1879-784, Ontario, Incorporated, for the lands described as part lots 1314 and lots 223, 224, and 226, block 63, plans 279, in the Town of Ingersoll, subject to the conditions of the draft approval listed in Report CP 2024-67.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Youssef, are you willing to second the motion?
No, not at this time.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Discussion, Councillor Bowman as the mover, would you like to speak to the motion?
Like to speak to the motion? No, I would not.
I will speak to the motion. I believe that we have a planning process and that we have designated low density. These fit the policies of low density. It is at the upper limit, which in my view is the most efficient land of what we need to go forward to facilitate the most housing possible for residents of Ingersoll. We need a variety of subject forms to be able to accommodate the different needs of the community. I believe that this as presented does that. I believe that Council did its due diligence in asking for a traffic assessment report when one was not necessarily dictated to have happen. And I think that showing that the roads that are proposed to be used can accommodate the traffic that will be presented, and that if not, then subject changes, but from the peer review we brought forward to make sure that that can be accommodated. I think that the trail being proposed as public makes sense, and that it will be able to accommodate the use of what will happen regardless of ownership, and that's people using it. I think that, yes, there's going to be change in the neighborhood, but to be honest, that whole area used to be a field, and so everybody has had change that has backed onto that one phase at a time. And so given that we have a planning process and it meets the necessities of that, I certainly will be voting in favor of this plan going forward. I think that the developer has worked to try to address some of the concerns. but is still providing a build form that is reasonable. It's certainly not a high density. There's not a 20-story apartment building. There's not a manufacturing facility. It's still low-density residential. It is just at the upper spectrum of what is allowed to be happen within our communities. I would argue that some of these homes that are within the can have an additional residential unit, and it may even be more density than what's provided here if enough do that. So, saying that there will be change, but this is within the design criteria of what the planning process foresaw and allows within our policies. To be honest, I do not think that given that if the council were to turn this down, that the land tribunal would even consider it. They would approve it on principle because it does meet the planning policies and could be accommodated. I do not believe that we should be taking that chance given the forms of what we need for housing. We just talked about in the secondary plan the need for condensed build forms and higher densities, and those areas will be identified for even higher densities at low density red designations. So I'll be voting in favor of this, and I believe that as we have land come available for development, we need to use it as wise as possible, and at the upper spectrum of low density, this application does that. Councillor Van Kootenbos and then Councillor Halleran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first of all want to say thank you to the residents who came forward. I've not had respectful comments thrown at me in 18 years like I was by this group. That's me as a councillor. Maybe the rest of you didn't, but I had very respectful conversations, and I want to say thank you. I listened, but this is tough, and I did say to them that in my 18 years of being council, I've not voted against something that I know is going to go to a land tribunal and we're going to lose. I'm not here to cost the taxpayers more money. That is not something that, if we had a chance of winning it, then okay. But we don't have, I don't think, in my opinion, have a shred of being able to win that. So I will be supporting the motion. That's why I seconded it. It's tough. You talked about, it used to be a field. And I've talked to a few residents as well. There's a lot of land up there that is still privately owned that could be changed over into another subdivision. And gosh, wouldn't that be that would be tragedy, because right now everybody thinks it's their backyard. It's not. It could be moved into a subdivision very, very easily. So I've always said, if you don't own the land, buy it. I had a property that was right at my back door that had drug house in it. And I absolutely considered buying it. And if I'd had the money, I would have bought it. Why? Because I didn't want that land use there. And then I would have had a choice of who could be in that building. If you're wanting to have a say, become a developer in that respect, and be able to do what it is that you want to do with that land. And that's a harsh reality, and it's not the popular thing, and I'm sorry, but it is reality. And so I thank the developer for coming back and listening to what the residents had to say, because they did give. They did give a bit, maybe not as much as what the residents would like, but they did give a bit. And so I'm thankful for that. We need the housing. There's a housing shortage. We all know that. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. This was a really hard one for me, but again, I did ask the question if the developer would consider a different route for the road and the park. But I always default to the expertise of our planning as they've recommended. It may not be easy pill to swallow, but again, the developer has brought some answers to the community. We need housing. I'm glad it's not something that is not needed. It is needed. And I feel like I do need to commend them for listening and trying, but I do feel like there's still an opportunity to create that public walkway instead of it being a private walkway. That would really be helpful. I know that the residents were pained. I felt their pain too. But again, planning is expert departments that tell us what is within our arranged, and I have to accept that. So unfortunately, we have to open up our arms and welcome this developer with open arms and thank them for bringing more housing to the community. And as Michael rightly explained, I'm defeated in that, again, knowing that sometimes we see things we don't really know why they're there, or we don't understand why it's there. It may have looked like a cul-de-sac. I'm told it wasn't a cul-de-sac. So when you're, getting all the answers in the right places, you just have to accept. So it's painful, but I think we should honestly welcome them with open arms.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie, through you. I agree with the comments that have been made so far, so I won't repeat them except to say that the consultation from the community has been appreciated, and my decision tonight is not to negate the impact that we've heard, but the reality is that we do have to consider that the decisions we make about housing in one part of the continuum affect every part of the continuum. So is this, capital A affordable housing? No, but turning down units that we know are needed in the missing middle trickles all the way down to the homelessness that we're seeing in the community. So for me, it's part about our responsibility to do what we can do. We can't build housing, but we can approve it. And so I hear the disappointment from the residents that this will change their experience of that street. But I do hope in time that more neighbors becomes a positive experience for them. Maybe a more diverse neighborhood, who knows? But at the end of the day, I really appreciate the interaction we've had from the residents and putting the time into interacting with the process, but for all of the reasons we've mentioned and the responsibility to support the housing continuum, I'll have to support the application today.
Further discussion. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Initially, the intensification, even though it is low density, I, to a certain degree, didn't agree with. And the main reason is not in keeping with the structure of the existing development in that area. Similar to, I did not support the development area over by the water tower as, again, it was just, you want to maintain some continuity within a certain development, a certain subdivision, a certain area of where houses are built. But listening to the other councillors and the reasoning, their reasoning for supporting it, I totally get. The scenario of the land having that development, it would be nice if the road could have carried on through over to Harris Street and then clean up. That would give us the opportunity to clean up that intersection at that corner of Canterbury Harris. But again, that would be a considerable amount of dollars that would have to be invested by not only the developer but also the rest of the taxpayers to not just Ingersoll but Oxford County as well, because that is a county road, so there would be some county funds coming into that. But with that, I'm still somewhat torn on the support. Again, it could be worse if there was a 20-story building going up there in regards to travel, or sorry, in regards to vehicles coming and going. Another concern that I do have as well is the construction equipment coming and going. That is a beautiful area, and I just hope that the developer and the construction firm will, pay respect to the local residents in regards to comings and goings of that equipment. So with that, and again, with the housing aspect, yes, we are in a housing shortage here. There are many people without houses, there are without houses, and this would bring a good starter selection of houses where people could get themselves into the housing market, build their equity, and move forward. So having said that, sorry to ramble, but I'm sorry, but I'll also have to support this, this development.
Further discussion? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Peachy. I wanted to add one further comment that I think is relevant to the conversation further to your point about using the land efficiently. Something I've heard often that matters to residents is protecting the farmland that feeds us, that is part of our local economy, and using the land efficiently is also how we protect that farmland. So that's something that I'm also thinking about outside of the housing crisis. We have made a commitment to use land efficiently for that purpose. So that's part of my decision as well.
I'll just make a final comment. I do want to thank staff. I know that residents reached out and they were able to have consultations with some councillors and staff as well. And so those questions were answered, and they may not be the answer you wanted, but I'm always pleased when people are given answers. I was reached out to. I will be very honest. I have a personal policy that I do not meet with anyone that has a planning application for staff or residents when there's a planning. I believe that we have a planning process where the information needs to come forward to staff and be presented at the meeting for everybody to be able to have that presented. That's a personal thing. There is no thing against that. That's just my personal view. And I think that because I feel better when all that information is put together in a way that can be presented so I can make a decision of what's there. And that I think that helps facilitate people making sure that that information gets to where it needs to go. But I am glad that other people feel comfortable and that they feel comfortable, you know, doing what their policies are. So again, yeah, with that, if there is no further discussion, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we will move on now to correspondence and resolution. Councillor Van Kootenbos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives the correspondence from Enbridge Gas as information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we'll wait for Councillor Van Kootenbos to. Deputy Mayor Wilson, I believe you have a resolution. No problem. It's been a long night.
Okay, I'm ready. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from Councillor Van Kootenbos as information, and that Council accept Councillor Van Kootenbos' resignation from the Ingersoll Services for Seniors Board effective immediately, and further that Councillor Hudson be appointed as the councillor representative on the board effective on the third reading and passing of bylaw 24-5301 as attached in this March 4th, 2024 agenda.
Discussion. First question I have is, Councillor Hudson, are you willing to be appointed? Good, that's a good first step. Further discussion. Councillor Hallerow.
Yeah, I'm just excited that, you know, when you're serving and you see an opportunity to serve even at a different level, it creates opportunities again. I'm really happy that Shannon gets a chance to come into the senior center as a nurse, as someone who was passionate about it during, I remember the campaign. I think you're going to also see some exciting insight from her. So congratulations.
Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we will now move on to notice of motion. Councillor Hallery, you have a notice of motion? Or yes.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hallery, seconded by, so I need a seconder for this. Whereas the FCM 2024 Annual Conference, which is the Federal Congress of Municipalities, I think, 2024 Annual Conference focused on redefining our future, presents an invaluable opportunity to expand our knowledge and understanding of municipal affairs. I move to attend the FCM's 2024 Annual Conference with associated expenses covered by the municipalities' professional development funds.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you.
As the mover, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Yes, so last year I had asked about conferences from the clerk that we would possibly kind of review for, options on where we could get more information. We attended Roma last year, and as a newbie, I also wanted to attend the AMO, but I realized that from going and attending and listening to our other councillors that went, that there was very, very similar conversations and policies from the provincial government. I became curious as to what kinds of conferences were out there that we could benefit from. So making the list and working with, the deputy clerk at the time to find out what we could actually expose ourselves to, I decided this was a very good opportunity because this is the whole Canadian Federation of Municipalities coming together. And a small percentage of councillors that I've had the pleasure of talking to and walking with through emails from small towns across Canada, from small towns across big provinces like Alberta that are equivalent to provinces like Ontario and BC. And I feel like from the little exposure and experience that I've had, it's really beneficial to go for these conferences refreshed and come back with new ideas for growing small towns. And since we're allowed an extra conference in a year, I thought I would choose this as my second conference this year.
Okay. Discussion? Councillor Hughes, please.
So the Federal Conference of Municipalities, we did actually sign up to do virtual last year, and I had the opportunity, I was able to virtually attend. A lot of the discussions that were going on were very similar to what we have at Roma and at AMO. There was a more of a federal take to it, but really nothing more, how can I say this? There wasn't a difference really to what we were discussing at the AMO and the Roma. It's very similar in structure in regards to the sessions and that type of thing. Being remote, did not get an opportunity to network or anything to that effect, but there were networking opportunities available virtually. If it was in London, I would say yes, but for the going out of province for it, I don't think I can support. Yeah, and also looking at their current offerings of conferences and sessions, it's a lot of stuff that, again, we talk at Roma or at AMO, or ultimately you can find that information online, searching at Google or other options.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please.
I'm going to ask staff, and I'm probably putting them on the spot, but are we a part of FCM?
Yeah.
We are currently not. It's not a part of the council list.
Yeah.
At the council, membership at this point.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have never heard of councils being supported by the municipalities' professional development funds. Am I correct in that? I thought it would be covered, if we're looking at doing this, then I would think that it would come out of council's budget in that respect, not under professional development. Professional development is, from my understanding, for staff, not for council. Am I correct in my thinking?
Mr. Graves, please.
Yeah, maybe I'll turn to our treasurer to expand on that if you could.
Yes, I will have to agree with Councillor Van Coudenbos. It would have to come from the approved 2024 operating budget for council. And professional development, we don't have professional development fund. We have professional development policy where staff can continue education and the town will support them financially, but it is approved through budget as well. So I hope it answers your question.
Councillor Halleran?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yes, that's what I meant, Christy. The funds that we had approved last year is what I meant. The reason I was curious about this, and I did, there was another conference in Nova Scotia that was also recently done, and I'm curious because when we go for delegations, like you said, we have the opportunity to network, and there's grants that we're looking for, and we're all talking about grants right now. We're looking at provincial grants and so on, and I know staff is doing a lot for that, but there's a lot of networking that can happen, and when I speak of having seen some municipalities take advantage of some kinds of federal grants and networking opportunities, I feel like it is something that could benefit us. It's not for want of travel, if you say, because I'm very busy, but I just feel like if I'm in this role, I really would like to enhance my knowledge and exposure and how we could bring things back to the municipality, so that's why.
I have a question. Do you have a proposed budget for what this would entail? So I believe it's in Calgary, correct?
Yeah, I think it's the usual fees for the conference. It would just require travel, which I could even foot if that's the problem. But I'm just asking because I don't know what's available and what the budget is. But I do know that there's a budget for it, which is why I put it forward.
Okay, that's, and I believe our current policy states that councillors are entitled to one conference a year, and then they have to come from an approved list, and then any other, to choose another, then they would have to come before council and request that, which is happening here, but it's not given that the one has to be from the approved list of what we're doing, and that was, I believe, Roma. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I saw the clerks nodding their head. That's the policy. Okay. So I'll be not having what the cost of the request is. It's hard to decide whether that's within the realm of what we should be approving. Also, I did take a look at the opportunity, like the agenda that was presented on their website. And again, I'd have to agree with Councillor Hughes that it would have to, I guess the question I put to you is what's different between this, what's difference between this and say the ones that we're a member of? There's OSUM, there's AMO, there's Roma. These are ones that are on the list that has been a part of the policy so far. What does this offer that just can't be done any other way?
I just thought it was a federal opportunity to meet federal ministers, federal, it was more of a Canadian group of municipalities coming together, and at the federal, I don't know why this is actually a hiccup. I know that if it was in Ontario, I would have attended it maybe even without telling you guys. Like, I'm just asking because I asked Danielle for the list and I researched. I was just proactively looking for ways that we could expand our network to get some more information back. Because sometimes I sit here and I try to explain some things that I know and I hear, but I want to bring it formally, more structured, so that we can maybe together see the possibilities that are ahead. But it's not something that I insist I have to go. It was just something that I discovered was in line with, timeline was okay, and this is something that I just discovered was happening. just like I discovered the one that happened in November and I missed it. And then I sent to Danielle and I'm like, just interested in learning more about what others are doing that we could bring to our community. And that's all conferences are about. I attend a lot of conferences. They pump you up, they bring you ideas of what you could suggest. I came back from one the other day. I went to Toronto. I wasn't even aware what's happening. I went and I brought some information. I remember sharing with you what I heard about some small towns built. It's just about information and knowledge, and that's all that it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get, because it is, again, it's outside of regular policy, and it's trying to find the actual, like, what the impact would be to our
It's
budget.
outside of regular policy.
It is outside of regular policy. It's not something that's on the approved list of an organization that's we're a member of or conferences, and it's
Okay.
outside the, so that's why there's just the justification there. With the travel outside of province, there's additional cost.
So we're only allowed to attend conferences within the province?
No, we're only allowed to follow, go with the policy that's within, so attendance of conferences, seminars, and outside the province will require approval of town council as a
That's
policy.
exactly why I put it through.
And
to
there's
council.
also the policy that the association that we are a member of, or the Associated Municipalities, Ontario Small Urban Municipalities, which is OSUM, there's Good Roads, there's Ontario Traffic Conference, which I don't know if it happens anymore, Ingersoll and District Chamber of Commerce, and the Association of Committees of Adjustment and Consent Governing Authorities. So those are the ones in the policy. So,
Yes.
and every council member is entitled to sign up for one conference, and then they have to come back to try to spread that budget to make sure everybody has a chance to use a portion of it. And
I
so
agree.
that's the current
So
policy.
just to make it clear, I agree with that. And last year, when I had said the same thing, we had opted to add this one to the list, which is why Rick was able to attend a virtual one, because it was happening and we could join it.
Well, to be clear, we approved you to attend and you did not, and so
Yeah,
Rick
no,
stepped
we
in.
approved it, not because I wanted to attend, I was asking about it. I was
No,
working.
the motion was for you to attend. It was requested the same as this was.
No, it was to ask for attending conferences, which was approved at the time, and I couldn't attend. It's okay, I don't have to go, I'm just saying it's an ask, and I agree if it's not on the list, but it was just an ask.
Councillor Hudson?
I just found the price, if you were interested, it's $13.95. Yeah, just the price of the conference as a non-member is $13.95.
Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated. And we will now return to our MURC public engagement. We have had a motion put on the floor. Would council like to have a 5-minute recess? Okay. I'm seeing you make the motion. I see Councillor Hudson second it for a 5-minute recess. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, we will return. There is a motion on the floor. And if anybody would like, I can read the motion. Sure. We have it in front of us. Do you know what? Let's go through it. It might be better to go through it piece by piece. There's a lot of parts to it, and then we can make sure that. So it says moved by Deputy Mayor Wilson. Who's the second?
Oh, there was a seconder.
Councillor Hudson. Do we have that clerk?
I don't think there was a second.
There is now.
Okay.
So that's an important spot that we received the information in the staff report. I think we can all agree on that aspect. And that staff be directed to prioritize resources towards the construction of phase 1 of the multi-use recreation facility, where phase 1 is considered to be the form in which the facility breaks ground no later than summer of 2026, as presented in staff report CS 004-24. Is everybody clear on that, what that means? I'm seeing nobody say no. Okay, then, and that council directs staff to request user data from the key stakeholders that were originally consulted during the 2016 multi-use study, along with any user groups that have formed since, to provide current operational data and user information similar to what was provided as part of the original consultations. Heads. Okay. Councillor Hughes?
So how are these new groups going to be sourced? Not sourced, but found out? Or, I agree with it, but do we need to supply direction or give direction to staff in regards to sourcing these sources?
Councillor Van Koop-Mosens?
So if I could suggest, since we did this back in 2016, the Minor Hockey Association has changed, right? So now it's essentially seen as a new user group. The girls that used to play in town have now gone to either Woodstock Wildcats or Inferno, and we should be then approaching those groups in that respect, right? So to me, I read that way, that we would approach the groups that were there, but the groups have changed, right? So that we're not excluding minor hockey in its new form. We're not excluding girls hockey in its new forms. But that would be my suggestion in that respect.
That's what I understood as too, is like the groups that were consulted may not physically be like, we can't go to the exact same groups because they may not exist anymore.
Okay.
We have to go to the new form and the different.
And I took that as a new group because we have had a number of new residents come. And, you know, is there a cricket group? Is there pickleball group? Are there, and I don't know the other sports that other people would play. All I know is baseball, football, and hockey.
Councillor Halleru?
Staff, is it possible that this new software that we are intending to use to survey the community can help us get feedback on what people would like to see? Because the new people are not as many as the old people. And I'm just saying, ask them through the software that I thought we purchased to get public opinion so that we know what, if I'm mistaken, the communications director said it would allow us to, within cycles of 2 weeks at a time, put out some questions at a time. We could list 10 sports at a time, ask people their feedback. I didn't see this as a complicated process because we've already done. And so the user groups have changed. Let's survey everybody through decisions. Major decisions are being made by getting public opinion in faster ways today. So instead of just considering it as user groups, consider it, you're asking everyone, as the new community reflections will show you, and then the existing user groups will also show you. And I think that's why I said maybe we need to put a timeline on if we can get some feedback even within a month testing out the software, to even know if we need to add additional time.
So I think the next line needs to be included in that sentence of it's the purpose and further that staff provide this data to Nicholas Sheffield to validate the phase 1 design and scope features. So I think that would eliminate going out to new user groups that weren't, like the style of user groups that weren't considered before at this point, because we're trying to validate, see if what we're going for is what we're going for. So I think that kind of clarifies what that purpose of those user groups is. Is that, does staff feel they can work with that? I'm getting a half head nod. It wasn't very aggressive, but I'll take it. It's late. You might fall asleep. And that further, any consultation efforts informing alterations to the schematic design be focused on, and that further consultation efforts informing alterations to the schematic design be focused on energy efficient design options and co-build partnerships opportunities. So that's in addition, so anything in addition to the first part, okay. And that council be provided a report outlining a phased approach and associated timeline for the phase 1 and resources required for the construction of phase 1 of the facility. And that staff be directed to consider only potential partnerships that are fully funded and shovel-ready in line with phase 1 construction timelines, and any ineligible partnerships may be considered for future phases. And that an expert assessment be provided to council that compares natural gas and purchased electric with renewable energy sources and other feasible energy efficient design features that are more efficient and reduce carbon emissions.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Can we not focus directly? Can we be more broad with this? More, what's the word I'm looking for? Environmentally friendly options. Green options.
Sustainable.
Sustainable.
What I'm looking for is energy efficiency.
Sure.
I don't know if there's other.
Energy efficient and renewable, sustainable options. Right.
Okay, Mr. Graves?
But it does say compares natural gas and purchases electric with renewable energy sources and other feasible energy efficient design features. So to me, that, I think it captures everything.
And I think we heard that that's probably coming forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Already thinking that.
And that such a report will include a comparison of initial capital costs and life cycle operating costs for an estimated life of the facility of 50 years, and asset management comparison over the same period. And I believe we heard that that's part of the evaluation, so that should be accomplishable. And that staff be directed to dedicate a page to the town's website exclusive for MURC project communications to residents beginning in no later than May 2024. So.
The only question I have on that, if I may, is that doable for staff? That's the only question I have.
Yes.
For sure they can make a page. Okay. So we've gone through that. Is there any further discussion on this? I personally think I can support this. I thank you for the combination. I think that it was necessary discussion that we had. It's a difficult one. This is a big one. And so I think that I can support this, what's in there, because I think it's either coming or it needs to happen. Both. So I can be supportive of this.
And it gives a bit of a timeline as well.
Yep. Which I think we need more details. Kyle.
I only have one point of clarification.
Thank you.
Based off what I'm reading out of the motion, it would, instead of Nichols and Sheffield doing the consultation or communication, it would be staff. 'Cause that's the way it is worded right now. Is that staff would be collecting that information, not Nichols and Sheffield. Staff would collect and give to Nichols and Sheffield.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, that's a good point. I think that I would like to leave it open to staff to figure out the best way they can use it to do that. You guys are in charge of, operations and resources.
I think we can figure that out, and if we think there's something different, we'll either see if we've got an existing budget within which we can handle that, or whether there's an outside consultant that we use to gather that, but I think we'll discuss that as a team and figure out a way to gather that forward.
It does, but it says direct staff to request user data. How you guys do that is up to, I think we're all saying that how you guys do that is up to operational to get that information the most. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? How did we get to unanimous? Okay.
2 hours of discussion.
There we go. Then all the public is gone to see the outcome. Okay, thank you everyone for that. I know it was multi-timed at it, but that was the best way to get people home. Even at the point where my coffee cup is deteriorated where it's leaking, so we're decomposing. So we need to get going here. So I will now vacate the chair once again because we're going to bylaws.
No, sorry, this one doesn't. Okay. We assign to the second one. Yeah, you'll have to keep this one.
You okay, Danielle?
Councillor Hughes, are you ready to take us into committee of the whole?
Sure am.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hatteroo, that the mover have leave to introduce and go into committee of the whole on the following bylaws. Bylaw 1, zoning bylaw amendment ZN 6-22-3, bylaw number 245300. Council and the committee of the whole, Deputy Mayor Wilson and the chair, on motion that the bylaw is accepted as circulated. This constitutes the first and second reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Councillor Halleroo, take us out of the committee of the whole, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself, Councillor Halleroo, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the committee now rise out of committee of the whole.
Thank you. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Councillor Hudson, bylaw third reading.
Thank you, through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, that bylaw 24-5300 be now read a third time, passed, signed, sealed, and that this constitutes the third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried.
Scared. Oh, goodbye.
That's okay. They come in and I go. Okay, it's a revolving door tonight.
All right.
So you okay, basically, this is supposed to be in the third reading of, sorry, first and second reading of the, which includes Christie's paper or letter
So-
resigning from the board.
Okay, so
And then the other two.
Councillor Hughes,
Oh,
I believe you have a motion for
She's
bylaws.
in the chair?
No?
Oh.
Yeah,
She's-
Brian's in the chair. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Halleroo, that the mover have leave to introduce and go into committee of the whole on the following bylaws. 1, 2024 fees and charges, bylaw 24-5299. 2, amend committee appointment bylaw 24-5301. And 3, March 4th, 2024, confirmation bylaw 24-5302. Council and the committee of the whole, Mayor Petrie and the chair, on motion, the bylaws are accepted as circulated. That constitutes the first and second reading of the bylaws.
Thank you very much. Discussion. I will say that today is March 4th, which is Army Day, and we've been in a battle with time over this one. Everybody's looking a little bit where, but with that, any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're now in committee of the whole. Would anybody discuss any of the bylaws? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the committee do now rise out of the committee of the whole.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And Councillor Bowman, third reading, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that bylaws 24-5299 and 24-5301 to 24-5302 be now read a third time, passed, signed, and sealed, and this constitutes the third reading of the bylaws.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor, yep, go on back. And Councillor Hughes to go into closed meeting, please.
Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hellerue, that the council do now go into closed meeting at 10:28 p.m. pursuant to Section 239, Bracket 2 of the Municipal Act 2001 and amended to discuss the following matters. 1, minutes from the closed session, February 12, 2024. 2, 239, Bracket 2, Bracket C, as proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, industrial land offer.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now head to the J.C. Herbert Room.